thank you for continuing your membership. Raw guests. Welcome, friends.
Hello, friends. Well, we are a tad ahead of schedule, but we might as well jump into it now, because you're here now, I suppose. It would be rather rude of me not to kick things off. Hello, welcome in. Raiders, Unicorn, how did your stream go? What'd you get up to? Tell us all about it while we hang out and chill out and all the good stuff. Welcome back, folks. My name is Abigail Beck. I'm going to put the party lights on, because raid time! Your stream was good. Glad to hear it. Ooh, Minecraft. What'd you get up to in Minecraft? Heck yes. We love a bit of Minecraft. I should get back into it. However, we'll talk about my plans for my gaming streams very shortly. It's not going to be Minecraft, though. The messy ponytail, you like it? I quite like it. I'm pretty fond of it. I wish this was a bit neater. I wish I had a bit of a neater fringe, but you know. This'll do. This'll do. Playing Texit. Ooh, interesting. What's in that one? What is in that one, I wonder? I haven't played with modded Minecraft in a bit. Although I was playing on a server recently that had a few little mods. Nothing huge, you know. I would like to play some like super modded Minecraft at some point. Sounds pretty good. The jacket is from Jeans West. However, it's a bit of an old one. I've had this for this is his jacket. This is his jacket.
The Rogue Room appreciates your recommendation.
Alec, gay AF, welcome. Thank you for the host. Thank you so kindly. Welcome in, folks, by the way. Welcome to the Rogue Room. I am your host, Abigail Beck. Non-binary pals, guys and gals. What are we doing? What are we getting up to? Super modded Minecraft, yes. Yeah, I stole this from him. He's not getting it back. He doesn't exist anymore, so, you know. Also, worth noting. I got the jab yesterday, which is why I wasn't streaming yesterday. I was totally fucking drained from it. Almost didn't stream tonight, but I decided, you know what, I can pull it together. I feel pretty good. I feel alright. But yeah, my arm's totally stuffed from yesterday. But my first shot, I am 50% vaccinated. Well, I think I've got my first dose. My second dose is in December. I figure how protected I am right now against COVID. There is, let me think. AstraZeneca first dose efficacy, is that the word? I don't know. What? I'm not sure. At the very least, I've got some protection for now. Yeah, I got Zeneca because that was all that was available when I booked the appointment. I got the AC, darling. You're putting on makeup. Ooh, nice. How do I feel about my makeup tonight? I tried something a little bit, kind of exactly the same as I always do, but a little bit different. Got the Pfizer. But yeah, what did Lupus say? What did I miss? So yeah, we could do super modded Minecraft. That sounds like a pretty cool idea to me, honestly. But I am going to wait till the 12 weeks because they said it's more effective if I get the next dose of 12 weeks. And then I know eventually I'm going to need a booster shot. I think about a year down the track as far as I'm aware. So yeah, I think the first dose is 50-60% and then the next dose is like 80 to 90% effective. I'm not certain. We're going to go over some COVID stuff tonight. There is a bit of COVID stuff to talk about. Is the volume on the music still a tad too high? Let's turn it down a bit. We're going to crack open the trans drink and get into things. Did Thanos punch me in the arm? Yes, he did. Jab again. You were going to rush your second dose since they can do it in 6 weeks, but they told me the vaccine is still more effective at 12 weeks, just not unsafe at 6. Yeah, like that's kind of what they told me is like unless I am in immediate risk of like, say I've got family members in the home that are regularly coming and going like from work, places where people might be at risk of getting COVID and spreading it, like it's just better for me to just get the one at 12 weeks because like I virtually live alone aside from my kids coming and going week to week, so I'm not in a huge situation where I could probably be at risk, you know. At any rate, it's pretty good. I am partially vaccinated. Finally. Been waiting for this shit for a while, you know, because the Australian vaccine rollout has been absolutely dog shit. Let's clarify, the Australian vaccine rollout has been dog shit. It's been not good. kind of lackluster, kind of absolutely trash. You know. I can wish Cheney a happy birthday. Big 11, can we get? Can we get some happy birthday Cheneys in chat? Happy birthday, Cheney, you lovely, lovely kitty cat, you. I'll post it again because I get the chant option. I get the chant option 3 times because I started it and then I've got 2 chats open. I've got one over here on my stream dashboard and then my big chat over here on my second monitor. I have 2 monitors. I'm a privileged little shit, aren't I? Fuck. I look homeless, but I'm not. I'm close. You know. Heard Cheney and you thought of Dick Cheney. You have 3 monitors. I want 3 monitors. I want to get one of those big side vertical monitors. Like, just put chat on that or, like, up there or something. That'd be a bit awkward, though, because, like, there's a light right there. Anyway. Ooh, Red Rooster. Heck yes. I will concede I had KFC for dinner today. And I haven't had KFC in a minute. Let's put this into perspective. I have not had KFC in a minute. You gotta go, Unicorn. Thanks again for the raid. Thank you so kindly for bringing your friends over. Have a good one. I'll try to treat all your friends very nicely and politely. But yeah, like today, I decided, in my infinite wisdom, as somebody who's who doesn't eat a very healthy diet, but looks like she eats a healthy diet, I bought KFC. Tried a double. I tried the double. I tried the pizza double, which is interesting because it's like 2 zinger fillets with cheese, pepperoni, and like a pizza sauce in the middle. Actually, quite nice. I quite liked it. It's probably going to destroy my internal organs later. Thank you for the hugs, Looper, by the way. I appreciate that. It's like it's all right there. I don't have to flex. Yeah, that's going to be hard to flex in my giant jacket. How am I not dead from a heart attack? Because my body is used to eating trash all of the time. But see, I do my cardio. I do my cardio so my heart is used to having an elevated heart rate. You work the muscle out and then ideally it stays in good shape. Sounds like colon cancer in the form of fast food. Well, I'm probably going to get that anyway. I'm pretty sure my family has a history of cancer, so meh. Bring it on. I'll punch it. Flexing in a giant jacket right now. Ooh, good. Good, good. Isn't that most fast food? I mean, generally it's probably all fast food. Hydrate. I've got water. Don't worry. I got to do this. Don't know why you decided to get an XL, but hey, it's comfy. I mean, big hoodies are good. Big comfy hoodies are good. Good shit. For the record, though I don't care about follower milestones generally, at least not every 100 followers. I don't care about every 100 followers. But I mean, it's pretty... I mentioned this in the intro, in the pre-intro. It's pretty poggers that I am 99 followers away from 5,000. Legitimately this time, not with follow bots. We are very, very close, my friends, to 5K. Can you even imagine it? I reckon we'll get there. We won't get to Twitch Partner before the end of the year, but I reckon we'll get to 5K followers. Excuse me. Heart results came back clear. Bad news that your breathing is more fucked than you thought. Well, that's not good. You don't want abs? I want abs. I like abs. Been watching too much MMA shit recently. We did cover, actually, on the subject of MMA shit. We did talk about Alana McLaughlin recently, who, transgender MMA fighter, had her first bout and won. And, yeah, of course, it's a discourse. Of course it is. We're not going to go over it again. I'm going to make a... was it you that suggested that? Yeah. I'm going to put our video up of that on Friday, because I've got the highlighted footage there. It was a bit of a messy discussion, but basically we revisited a lot of the points that were present in the sports video, but, you know... Oh, those abs, those abbies. I really need to get my... my diet back in check so I can get back to, you know, really cut abs. I do actually have pretty good upper ab section here, you know. It doesn't show up in this lighting. This lighting is shit for it, but in the right lighting I've got visible abs, but they're not like hugely defined. Cyberpunk aesthetic a little bit. There is a mask I want to get that's got like the LED strips, and I'm like kind of vibing with it. Trying to just lose weight, you want no abs? Well, I mean, losing weight is just calories in, calories out, you know. Well, that one person who said, "How is this? Look how this trans person is a foot taller than the cis woman when Lana was the shorter one." Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Oh, great. Posted a story on her Instagram calling out some UFC heavyweights and their bullshit. Basically said, a lot of UFC heavyweights want to fight me. Take estrogen for 8 months and drop to 145 pounds, then talk to me. Yeah, like there was a thing she posted. Let me see. No, not Jasmine's tweet. Let me find what I responded to, because Alana just posted something before. Yeah, a lot of people super concerned with fairness in sports really want me to fight men that are 120 plus pounds heavier than me, is what she said. Yeah, that's one of her most recent tweets about the subject. So yeah, which yeah, if you actually care about fairness in sports, then you would think she should fight somebody who's in the same weight division at the very least, if you think that's how that works, but it's not. Anyway. Morning and Mottonin Festa, how you going? KFC cunty frickin' cat. Readying yourself to do a 24-hour fast soon? Oh god, that actually might be a good idea. Actually, I mean, I don't know how effective a fast is non-medically for resetting your diet, but I've heard it can work. Like, I've heard of some people who will go on a 24-hour fast, no food except water for the 24-hour period, and then when they eat again, it's easier to reset your diet to a more consistent one. Like, you'll eat at specific times and you'll eat specific foods, and it'll be easy to slip into like new dietary habits. Not perfect, mind you, but you know, if you plan everything out correctly, I think a fast has got, I think there is some level of study behind it. I can't remember where I read that, but you know, fasting can help with sort of rebooting your diet essentially. Again, not 100% effective, but I have heard of people doing it and it has worked for them. So there is exactly why your intent is to fight only based on weight class and not gender. True. Someone won a Nobel Prize for the discovery of... Oh, really? To which response is, join the military for as long as she had been in it. True. You do that all the time, but it's just because you forget to eat. I wish I had that problem. See, the problem I have is that I work out 6 days a week pretty intensely. I walk about 10,000 steps a day, and I do weight training 6 days a week. And as a result, my body gets tired and fatigued and hungry, so I end up eating. And sometimes it's hard for me to stop. Anyway. Had someone asked if I'd lost weight today. I did. Oh, you don't get hunger responses. Well, that's rather interesting, actually. It makes me wonder how makes me wonder how appetite suppressants work. Do they shut off the receptor that tells you it's time to eat? Do people who have got no... Because I've heard of something similar. I've heard of those... There was a girl a little while ago. I'm not sure if she's still alive. I don't think her condition was lethal, except the fact that she couldn't feel pain at all. And she couldn't tell when her body was dealing with any kind of pain response. So I think there were a few incidents where I think she couldn't even tell when she was out of breath. So she nearly drowned on one occasion in the pool because she couldn't tell that her body was out of breath. I forget what exactly it was. She would get into these really dangerous situations that could lead to serious injury because she couldn't feel pain. Right? It makes me wonder if that's the same kind of thing. There's more than likely some form of medical condition that makes you unable to feel hunger pangs, you know. Goes both ways though. When I do eat, I don't get the response to say when I'm full. Well, yeah. That's kind of what I've got. This is why I think I have BED. I haven't had it professionally diagnosed yet, but you know, once I've eaten certain things trigger an eating response, and it becomes difficult for me to just stop snacking or stop eating more and more, even though I know I'm full. My body just wants me to keep eating things. Anyway. Something I thought about trans boxers / MMA fighters, etc., is that they technically be fighting cis women with greater muscle mass. If the trans athlete has gone through male puberty, chances are she has a denser, wider, larger frame, so this would mean she would weigh more and would therefore be bumped up to higher weight classes, but weight classes are done by weight, not muscle mass, so the cis women in that class are there for their muscle mass. That's an important thing to consider. I do wonder if somebody has already done the science on that one. I don't know what you would specifically search for to find that kind of thing there, but that is important to consider. A different physiological structure could actually lead to less muscle mass, opponent to opponent. But, of course, it is worth considering that, of course, if you look at Alana's opponent's a good head higher than Alana herself. So there's already, and again, you look at runners or basketball players or soccer players or any of these kinds of things, like generally speaking, they have a tendency to have a variety of different body types in different sports anyway, but the sports themselves do have general expectations of someone's physique. But for example, I don't know. My name is Alana. Hello. Well, I mean, there we go. Fall on. Hello, Sarah. How you doing? Mate of mine took up martial arts. She was pretty heavy too. Good way to drop some weight. Just find the right one for you. Yeah. I'd like to take up a martial art. I'd like to get into either Kung Fu, Karate, or Jeet Kune Do or Taekwondo. Yeah. What's going on tonight? We've got some news. We're going to cover some news. We are going to talk about the vaccine as well. We're going to talk about COVID. Talk about fun stuff. The psychology behind it, I think, is probably similar to what's behind BED. Yeah. More than likely. But yeah, that's an important factor to consider, and that's what a lot of people don't ever consider when it comes to the whole fantasy and sports thing, is that, especially in MMA, you see so many different types of bodies in MMA. Tall, short, thick, thin, and all that. And, that's the reason the weight class division exists, is because it's to make it as fair as humanly possible. As fair as reasonably possible. And clearly, the sporting organizations behind things like MMA have decreed that within a certain weight division and within a certain gender division of MMA, that trans women can compete. Clearly, they've decided based on the available information that the potential unfairness is. I'm going to speculate as someone who doesn't participate in any kind of martial arts and as someone who doesn't really watch it either. I am going to say that any two fighters in the same weight division, even with a similar training regimen and similar diet and all those kind of things, even if they have virtually the exact same stats across the board, when they step into the arena with each other, there probably is going to be an inherent unfair advantage on one side or the other, no matter what. Does that mean the person with the unfair advantage is going to win? Not necessarily. And the way I see it is, a fully transitioned trans woman athlete is probably going to have that same level of advantage. Like, it's going to be negligible in the actual fighting circumstances. There are so many factors at play that you really can't just expect to rule that out and not rule out any other advantage between two cis women fighters. Right? That's the way I would look at it. I don't know. I feel like no matter what athletic competition it is, someone's going to have some inherent advantage that we might not be aware of, and they could still lose, is the thing. I think the chances are, like, you could argue that the chance Alana had of winning was like 49.97% if you factored in every tiny little thing. But they're not factoring in every tiny little thing. They're not sciencing this down to every minute statistic, or the reality of the situation is there'd never be athletic competitions at all. If everything had to be perfectly, exactly fair, there'd be no sports. Period. And yeah, as you mentioned, Alana, I read the article on the MMA website. Alana was close to losing a couple of times there, and she won via a rear naked choke. Yeah, exactly. She won via submission. So a lot of people are treating it as though she went in there and she just bashed the shit out of her opponent until her face was completely caved in. Which, again, let's be real with this. Even if that was how she won, it's MMA. That's how it works. That's how cage fighting works. The whole point is to try and legally find those small advantages. Precisely. That's how sports works. I'm not a fan of flowers, honestly, Vinny. I'm not a fan of flowers. I don't care for them. I wouldn't mind houseplants, but I don't really care for flowers specifically. Kind of like iffy on them. 5'3" women compete against 5'11" women in sprinting, and they don't restrict by height. And then, of course, again, my favorite example is basketball. Like, you look, there are a number of athletes in basketball. Some of them are like 5'10", and some of them are like 6'11". There's some huge people in basketball. And if we were to try to use that fairness, like, obviously being taller is going to have a significant advantage in basketball. But we don't talk about that, do we? We don't have that discussion. Purple flowers are tolerable, yes. Lavender. I like lavender. Jubilee just did a middle... Oh, God. Do we watch it? Do we watch it? Oh, fuck. This is why people like John Jones, much as I think he's a bad person, are good fighters, because they find really small things they can take advantage of. For example, John's oblique leg kick. Okay, which is basically a knee stop. Oh, it sounds bad. It's a reason I don't watch, like, MMA and other stuff, because I know it gets... I've seen, like... Didn't Conor McGregor break his shin during a fight recently? Or something like that? And I just, like... I remember one of... And, like, I'm reminded of the time... This isn't MMA related specifically, but I am reminded of the time I watched a video of a woman on the leg press who locked her knees out. Don't lock your knees out on leg press, ever. Please. Go look up why. I'm not going to show you. Herb McGregor is not expected to return to fighting. I mean, the dude's got millions, maybe even billions. Someone stabbed me with a needle. Was it better? Was it better for you or him? Well, I mean, it was two women involved. There was a lady doing the jab. I got my first COVID vax. Knee lock and leg press. Yeah, it's bad. Don't do it. Yeah, banned for being boring AF. Imagine getting banned for that. What a pussy. Anyway, don't know why transgender women in sports is such a big deal. I'm a transgender woman and I'm weak as shit. Just look at me. I mean, yeah, unironically, I can't open salsa jars anymore. What do they expect me to do? Look at Brock Lesnar. Oh, God, Brock Lesnar. Just relied on knocking someone to the ground and beating the shit out of them. Well, yeah. Yeah. Legs don't bend that way. They do not. They shouldn't. Got vaxxed and now I'm trans. Yeah. I got vaccinated. That's why I'm wearing a big jacket. It's a big jacket. Weirdly, you can still open jars. You just can't do 10 wall push-ups yet. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, if you're not getting the right diet to, that's what we've been talking about. You and I. We've been talking about the whole thing of getting the right diet in to provide the strength needed to do wall push-ups. I'd hate some of the submission moves in MMA. Probably. Got vaxxed. Why don't I have titties yet? Oh, have you had both shots? You had both shots. Need a booster shot to be completely trans. It's not a boob jab. There's a different jab for the boobs. You got to get a different needle. You got both shots and still don't have super autism, just the regular shit tier autism I already had. Look at a knee bar and say that isn't painful to look at. I don't want to look at it. Ew. I don't want to look at it. No, thank you. No, I'm good. I'm good without looking at knee bars. Thank you. Got vaxxed and now I am Magneto. Speaking of, I have not been keeping up with any of the Marvel Cinematic Universe stuff since, like, what's it called? Hello, Legendary. How you doing? I'm doing good. No, I haven't, Louie. Could you send me a link to that? Because that sounds interesting. I am curious now. I'm very curious about that. What was I going to say? Yeah, I have I don't know where I got the idea that we were going to talk about the Marvel Universe. For some reason. Oh, because Magneto. I have not been keeping up with it since, like, the last Spider-Man movie, I think. Spider-Man Far From Home, I think. And then I just stopped paying attention. Rate your tits 11 out of 10. Easy. QAnon conference. This intrigues me. Is there like a news article about it or anything? Stop caring after Endgame. Yeah, I mean, I only watched Spider-Man because I like Spider-Man. I'm probably going to watch the next Spider-Man because I like Spider-Man. But that's it. You know. Draco, yours are also 11 out of 10. Everyone's got 11 out of 10 tits in here. Okay. Spoo them on. And it's kind of why I'm a little bit irked with, a little bit irked with Spider-Man 2, the PlayStation Spider-Man 2, being exclusive to PS5, because I'm not going to be able to play it. I'm not going to get a PS5 anytime soon, so, you know, whatever. Although that said, I'm not all that fussed with Venom, although I would be intrigued with Kraven the Hunter. There's a lot of speculation Kraven the Hunter is in Spider-Man 2, who is pretty fucking cool. Let's have a look. I want to see if I can find this. That's from the 4th of June. No, I'm not seeing anything new. Is there anything new? I'm only seeing stuff from like a few months ago, honestly. When I look up QAnon Conference Australia Friday, you know, Louis. If you've got any actual sources, please send them to me, because that'd be interesting to talk about. S plus tier. Yeah, exactly. Triple S tier. Neck cranks can kill someone? I don't doubt it. I find this as surprising as I did, but there have only been 3 recorded mass killings done by trans people. Average of cishet mass killings in the past 50 years is currently 1 a month. Yeah, which doesn't shock me, honestly. Like, we're a tiny, tiny minority in the first place. And how do you whisper? Just drop a link in chat if you've got one. Unless it's not a link you can... Ordered that dress today. Ooh, keen to see it. I cannot wait to see you posting in the selfies section of my Discord with it. Oh, okay. So it doesn't look like there's a whole lot. Alright, well, Pauline Hanson? Fuck, okay. Let's have a look at this in a sec. It's safe for work, okay. You ever look at X-Men movies and go, I could have cast it better than that? Probably. Like, I mean, you could do that with any movie, really. But yeah, like the mass killings thing. It's like the sexual assault thing. You know, it's like the sexual assault thing that transphobes love to go on about. You know, if they allowed self-ID, which self-ID already exists, the rate of sex crimes in public bathrooms is going to skyrocket. But it hasn't. It literally hasn't. Like, trans women especially. And trans men, don't get me wrong. Like, transgender people have been using the private spaces like change rooms and public toilets and all of that align with their gender for as long as they've been in society, which is forever. You know, like, we're a tiny, tiny, tiny minority. It's not going to dramatically increase any kind of crime. You know, trans people self-IDing is not going to dramatically increase any kind of crime by any stretch. Have I watched Jangles debate Lauren Southern on trans athletes? No, I have not. I'm intrigued, but at the same time, I don't want to promote Lauren Southern, because like people keep interviewing or debating her, and I'm just like, stop giving her more of a platform. At the same time, I mean, I'm not surprised she got decked. She's a fucking idiot, but you know. Okay, so there's supposed to be another January 6th protest this Saturday. The Republicans are saying don't do it. And Izzy, I'm with you there. I refuse to buy a console just for a game. However, I would be interested in getting a PS5 because Demon's Souls, Spider-Man 2, Elden Ring I'd like to play on PS5 preferably. Trying to think, like... There are a few games coming up that I am somewhat interested in. Deathloop looks good. I won't lie. Hello, Gingerbeard Man. If you're worried about men pretending to be trans to harm women, then your problem is with cis men, not trans people. Yes, exactly. Excuse me. Every one of the shootings done was shortly after claims of them surfaced of sexual abuse. Oh, really? I love how I'm not a woman, and yet women try to insist that I can use their space, but they weren't that actual women in there because of how they were born, right? Exactly. That comes back around to the whole... I know this is not exactly the same, but it comes back around to the fact that trans men are often left out of... Well, trans men and non-binary people, really. I often don't consider that when I make this point, but like... When it comes to the trans discussion, trans men and non-binary people are often left out of the discussion. Or the only reason they're brought into the discussion is in the circumstance of like they're stolen lesbians or some nonsense like that. You know, PS5 for Returnal, Elden Ring, Demon's Souls. Yeah, there's a few there. Let's have a look. Like, Deathloop looks good. Kena Bridge of Spirits, that's one that I was interested in. Death Stranding, don't really care. Far Cry 6, who gives a fuck. Back 4 Blood, meh. Battlefield, who gives a fuck. Guardians of the Galaxy, no. Solar Ash, don't know what it is. Riders Republic, meh. Call of Duty, who fucking cares. Skyrim, again. Little Devil Inside, I mean, the artwork there looks neat. Five Nights at Freddy's, go fuck yourself. Heavenly Bodies, don't care. Quantum Error, no idea what it is. Rainbow Six, who fucking cares. Elden Ring, fuck yes. Dying Light 2, I forgot that they were developing that until today when they announced they had delayed it. Horizon Forbidden West is one I'm interested in. Shifu, oh my god, I cannot wait for that one. Holy shit, I want to play that like nothing else. Like, that's up there. Holy fuck. Sifu is up there on the games I want to play. Forspoken, I watched the trailer for this. It's basically the mage game I was talking about. I cannot wait. Marvel's Midnight Suns, meh. GTA 5, everybody's already played it and finished it. Who fucking cares? Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, meh. Uncharted again. Ghostwire Tokyo intrigues me, actually. Stray intrigues me. Gotham Knights, meh. Don't know what that is. I mean, I know what that is, but I don't care. A Plague Tale, I've got to play the first one at some point. God of War Ragnarok, honestly, I've been trying to play through the first God of War game. Well, the fourth on major consoles. Whatever you would call it. Like, it's not reboot, but like kind of reboot. In the sense that, you know, you're playing an older Kratos, and all of his past is not particularly relevant to the story of the new game. Like, the soft reboot. Yeah, kind of like Resident Evil 7 and 8. You know, it's like a soft reboot of the franchise. I've been trying to play through the first one, and I just can't click with it. I can't gel with it. It doesn't feel right. Tachia, I don't know what that is. Open Roads, I think I've heard of this one, but I don't know what it is specifically. Suicide Squad, meh. Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora. I looked up Avatar game the other day, and I found out that there is an Avatar game, but it's Blue People Avatar, not the Last Airbender Avatar. I really hope they do a Last Airbender game instead, like a new one, a good one. Callisto Protocol intrigues me because spiritual successor to Dead Space in all but name, surprisingly set in the universe of PUBG.
I see you've brought
Hey,
guests.
Georgia Slater
Welcome,
TV. Welcome in,
friends.
Raiders. How's it going? Hello, friends. How was the stream? Hogwarts Legacy, don't care. Let's put our lights on. Welcome in, friends. Just want more Zuko, yes. No. I want like a good Avatar The Last Airbender game, folks. I want a good Avatar Last Airbender or Legend of Korra game. I don't want like the games that already exist out there. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to the Rogue Room. My name's Abigail Beck. This is a place of warmth, welcoming, acceptance, learning, and community, and all that good nonsense. I have a big jacket, and I got stabbed in the arm with a needle yesterday. Sup. There's a tabletop Last Airbender game. I mean, that sounds pretty cool. Soulsborne game set in the Legend of Korra world? Yes, please. I look metal as hell. I hope so. Oh, I shouldn't flex. Not with that arm, at least. Fuck. Glad you love the vibes. We're going through, at the moment, games that might inspire me to buy a PS5. And thus far, Spider-Man 2, I would like to. Pragmata. Feel like I saw a trailer for this ages ago. Wolverine would intrigue me, yes. Knights of the Old Republic, kinda, because I never played the original. Final Fantasy 16, don't care. Season, no idea what it is. Indiana Jones video game, meh. Vampire the Masquerade, Bloodlines 2, that's been in development hell, I'm not interested. Ubisoft doing an open world Star Wars game, do not care. Project 007, who gives a shit. Elder Scrolls 6 is probably not going to release on PS5, it'll be the next generation after that because they're taking a million years. Recompile is already out, and it seems pretty good. Dragon Age 4, meh. Alright, I think we're at the point where I'm just like, I've seen all the games that even remotely intrigue me with wanting to get a PS5. But the main reason would be Demon's Souls, you know, and that comes back around to what I was saying before, is like, I don't want to buy a gaming system for a single video game. And as cool as being able to have access to all those other games on the PS5 would be, and have them running at probably really good capacity, my PC could probably run them just the same. The only issue is, of course, you know, there are certain games that are not going to come to PC. Anyway. How's everyone doing? How's everyone going? What was the stream like tonight? By the way, Georgia, how did your stream go? Got your vaccine yesterday too? It fucking sucks. Like, I was going to stream yesterday, but I couldn't. I had to call it off because I was stuffed. I was so stuffed. Oh, Sarah, there you go. Enjoy that one. You'll be getting a new computer soon for gaming. Can't wait to start. Oh, you're out of phone credit, Sarah. Oh, I'll talk to you real soon, okay? I don't know if you can see this. I'll talk to you real soon. It was my first dose. So I'm pretty sure the first dose of AZ is supposed to be the harder one, and then the next dose is supposed to be the easier one for AstraZeneca. I'm not sure. At any rate, I am keeping a keen eye on my health at the moment, particularly my head, my chest, my gut, or my legs, because they have said, the risk of blood clots, they'll manifest in those areas. And if they do, if I start experiencing any sort of pain in those areas that's significant, I should get to the hospital. Oh, you have no you have data, but you no credit for text. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Tired Abigail is right. Yes, indeed. I'm a bit stuffed. But, Oh, yes, Ginger Beer Med. They are making a fan-made open-world RPG Lego Bionicle game, which has the approval of Lego themselves, as far as I know. So Lego has just said, yeah, go ahead, make it. They're not formally funding it or anything like that, but they're just like, yeah, do it. Which is fucking cool. Hell yes. I've seen the trailer for it. They released a new gameplay teaser recently, and I watched that, and I'm like, oh my god, I need it. Have to go to sleep, but very nice to meet you. It was very nice to meet you too. Thank you so kindly for bringing your friends over. Oh my goodness. I hope you have a lovely, lovely night. And you were doing some tarot. That sounds pretty cool. Got into a discussion on stream, ended up spending half the stream looking stuff up with chat. Someone made the mistake of claiming mass shootings by trans people and women were the same same as men. Yeah, no. They're basically like, oh, this is cool, we won't sue you. Which is kind of interesting that they're doing that. It makes me wonder about what the legalities there might be. Because a lot of the reason that fan-made games get shut down is because, say, for example, there was that Mario Battle Royale that was released a little while back, right? And the reason... Oh, per capita percent per population. Okay. The reason that... And by the way, when you're using, per capita for, shootings, I don't think that's helping anyone's case to say that kind of shit. Anyway, that's beside the point. What was I going to say? Fuck, what was I going to say? Yeah, I think the Mario Battle Royale that got shut down a little while back, the reason they did that is because Nintendo had to protect their IP, right? So if they don't aggressively protect their IP and shut down fan games, then they risk losing the exclusivity of the intellectual property or something along those lines. Can somebody, correct me if I'm wrong there? But I think that's generally how that works, which is why, you see these cool fan games crop up every now and again, and then major corporations are just like, nope, you're not allowed to do that, we're shutting you down, which is stupid, because a lot of the time these fan games are really cool concepts that the original developers or the original owners of the IP were not going to do themselves, Side Eyes Games Workshop, yeah, exactly. Nintendo also stole the idea of Mario World from a fan after shutting it down, which does not at all shock me. Not at all surprised. Sydney is pretty. It's a pretty city. Side Eyes Games Workshop. Yeah. Now the way it was explained to me is if a company doesn't shut one down, it becomes much harder to shut others down because there's a precedent for them allowing fan-made stuff. Yeah, and then if they don't shut down those other things, then somebody could make a fan game that makes millions and millions of dollars, takes off and becomes really successful. And then the company's like, oh, well, that's money that, should rightfully be in our pockets, sort of thing. Hey, Amigeddon, how's it going? The reason you feel no shame about yarring GW shit. Yeah, you shouldn't. Just thought about something random. If you were a Mario character, would you be a Yoshi or a Birdo? Yoshi. Now it's a silly fear, but I always worry about my IP being stolen from me. I have the odd nightmare of some rich fuck coming along and demanding I hand over my domain name because they want it for some marketing campaign thing. I mean, it's not an unreasonable fear, though. It's it does happen. It definitely does happen because people out there have got more money than you. That's pretty much it. Sydney can't compare to Melbourne. Well, I'm going to go to Melbourne and confirm that when I can. Don't get me wrong. I do plan to go there eventually. I'm pretty sure Lego has a history of allowing fan-made shit. Well, that's good. Yeah, I mean, sorry, Kez. It's a not unfounded fear to have. Like, there's definitely a precedent for it. Someone takes Nightlife and makes their own story where all they care about is that it's consistent and with the universe canon at the time. They're not spreading a harmful message with it. Yeah. Need somebody to go with though. I'll go with you. I'll go with you to Melbourne. We'll go to Melbourne and hang and do things. We'll go get like burgers and chips in a fancy Melbourne burger joint. Does that sound good? Alright, so there doesn't seem to be much detail on this thing, but we're going to just take a quick look at this. QAnon, join us for the Prayer and Pushback live online event, Friday the 17th of September. And this is meet our speakers: Pat Mesiti, Campbell Newman, Senator Malcolm Roberts, Pauline Hanson without a space in her name, Rodney Howard-Brown, Jurgen Mathesius, Tanya Davies, George Christensen, of course. This is the QAnon conference that's happening on Friday, apparently. James McPherson, Pastor Andrew Cedra, Avi Yamini, of course, and Daniel Hagen, plus many more presenters. Should we read about them? Pat Mesiti. Pat is a highly effective communicator and most notably an income acceleration coach. His passion is to equip and empower... Hang on. His passion is to equip and empower individuals and businesses to experience growth and prosperity to their fullest potential. His expertise is to shift mindsets and to build bigger people to produce results. Campbell Kevin Thomas Newman AO is a retired Australian politician who served as the 38th Premier of Queensland from 26th of March 2012 to the 14th of February 2015. He served as the member for Ashgrove in the Legislative Assembly of Queensland between the 24th of March 2012 and the 31st of January 2015. Doesn't really tell us much. Malcolm Roberts, I know of this dickhead. Malcolm Ewan, is that Ewan or Ian? I don't know. Roberts is an Australian politician for Pauline Hanson's One Nazi. He sat as a member of the Australian Senate representing Queensland. Malcolm was re-elected in 2019. I didn't realize that's what Malcolm Roberts looks like. I must be thinking of somebody else. I'm now gonna start randomly capitalizing words in my sentences because lol. Pauline Lee Hanson is an Australian politician, questionable, who is the founder and leader of One Nation, a right-wing populist political party. Interesting that they use that particular terminology. Isn't this supposed to be like in favor of these people? I feel like calling someone a right-wing populist is not something they would want to be proud of, but you know. By the way, shoe on head maybe. Hanson represented Queensland in the Australian Senate since the 2016 federal election. This guy just looks like a child predator, so I'm not going to bother looking at his profile. This guy looks like a Nazi. You know, they all kind of just look like Nazis. I'm kind of just QAnoners, right? QAnoners. Hey, look, it's a nobody. There's a nobody in my chat. Oh, aren't you cute? Aren't you adorable? Anyway, yeah, I know a little bit about the QAnon thing, but that really doesn't help all that much, you know. Dogshit troll, that guy. Yeah, like, what's the deal with the boring trolls tonight? Come on, guys. If you're gonna troll, put some effort in, please. A little bit of effort's all I ask for. You can't even provide me that. God, don't even try. If you're not gonna put in any effort, don't even try, please. And thank you. Dismiss yourself before you even start. My streams are great. I mean, I've heard that from many, many people, honestly. I've heard many, many people, more than that loser, who has, I guarantee, has got no followers. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, they're a nobody. Who cares about them? I got way more followers, more viewers than you ever have. So, fuck yourself. Anyway. QAnons are anti-Semites. Well, yeah, that's true. No matter who's in charge of websites or events, dickheads edit these websites and make stupid mistakes. They do. They do. They probably just copy-pasted the bios from somewhere. Each of those people probably has their own websites or social media profiles, and whoever made the website just copy-pasted their bios. At least let us have some fun. Exactly, right? So many people have forgotten the law of the internet. Trolling is an art. Trolling requires you to put a bit of thought into it. I think QAnon did start on 4chan. There's a lot of these social movements that start on 4chan as a trolling operation and then they elevate to like a real life thing, which is scary. It's scary that a bunch of dickhead troll nobodies on the internet have the power to start entire social movements. I'm a real life troll who not only trolls online but also my family, friends and co-workers. If you don't put effort into your trolling, I take it as a personal slight. Well, yeah. Exactly. Please put some effort in. We want some effort. Speaking of professional trolls, let's talk about something that I wanted to talk about on Monday, but I never got around to it. Because I was going to stream yesterday, but yeah, I got a needle in my arm and it made me feel like shit. Holy crap. Hello, Mercadian Merchant. How you doing? Hello, Fox. What's going on? Underground for a little while I change train. Oh, it's okay, Zara. Take care. Be safe. We will miss you. Alright, so speaking of trolls that I guess put in effort, let's talk about Trump. Do we have to talk about Trump? Yeah, we're going to talk about Trump. This is an opinion piece on NBC News. So you might have heard recently about the fact that OnlyFans almost removed adult content. Almost. They were going to, but then things changed after enormous backlash from the internet. You know, OnlyFans was quite frankly looking at their business model collapsing out from under them because they threatened to take away sexual content on the platform. And due to a response to that massive fan and creator backlash that was threatening to destroy their platform, they reneged on that and they've reinstituted their previous policies. And part of the reason that was ever even a worry in anyone's mind is because there have been numerous different groups for quite a long time trying to remove pornography and any kind of sexual content off the internet. And those groups are strictly puritanical Catholic groups who are trying to not just remove porn, but also to silence LGBTQ culture. So yeah, the fight to supposedly make the internet a safer place is having a series of secondary impacts. You need to run the shop for your mum before I show my face later, so I have to shoot off. Rightio, Izzy. Sounds good. You have yours in a few weeks. Yeah, I got my bimbification juice. Yeah. So, let's go through this. In August, OnlyFans, a website known almost entirely for the selling of nudes, declared it would no longer host sexually explicit material. Now, this first phrase, I do want to clarify that OnlyFans was not going to remove nudes specifically. However, they were going to be restricting, I think you would still be allowed to show bare breasts or like implied nudity, but they were going to remove things like explicit sexual content and explicit genitalia content off the platform, is what was originally going to happen, but they reversed that whole thing. See you soon, Zara. Take care. Anyway, Twitter jokes compared the move to a grocery store ban in groceries, and the bidet brand Tushy Faux announced it would require OnlyFans' example by ceasing sales of its key product. Oh, it would follow OnlyFans' example. Now, the Risque website reversed its decision less than a week later. Yeah, there's the grocery store tweet. Anyway, that's good news for those of us who have become accustomed to websites banning and that's good news for those of us who have become accustomed to websites banning and shadow banning consensual adult sexuality. The online world is still scrambling to scrub itself clean to comply with a federal bill package President Donald Trump signed into law in 2018, the Fight Online Sex Trafficking Act and Stop Enabling Sex Traffickers Act. That's a bit of a fucking mouthful, isn't it? But yeah, it's not about making the internet safer. Let's dispense with that nonsense. It's not about making the internet safer. It's about restricting sexuality in a huge way, and that always, whether queer people are inherently sexual or not, it always comes back on queer people anyway. You know, primarily because there are a significant portion of members of society that think being gay, lesbian, trans, etc. is just inherently sexual. As if a gay couple can't just love one another. It has to be some disturbing sexual thing. Abby is my name, yes. Swerves, turfs, and evangelists go hand in hand that they do. Trump wants all the sex for himself. Well, yeah. As the OnlyFans debacle highlights, the fight to supposedly make the internet a safer place is having a series of secondary impacts. In particular, it is having a silencing effect on the key aspects of LGBTQ culture. But that's just fine for the anti-LGBTQ groups that have lobbied Congress to crack down on OnlyFans and on sexuality in general. OF was going to ban it due to the loopholes that were abused, a few cases of children managing to post content on the site. Well, yeah, and like that comes from this. That's the thing, though, is the pressure to do that kind of thing. Like, here's the thing. They keep the argument that is constantly used against these websites by these lobbying groups. There are lobbying groups involved in this, namely, what's it called? There's a couple of them. There's a few of them that are all explicitly evangelical Puritans, right? And their argument is, of course, that children can access these websites, can post to these websites, and children might be exploited, and sex workers might be being exploited, and all. Like, they're trying to use every possible avenue while dismissing the fact that there are a significant number of legitimate sex workers on these platforms, and they don't care about those. Those are what's the phrase I'm looking for? A completely welcome sacrifice, basically. You know, these groups don't give a shit about legitimate sex workers. In fact, they would prefer that they don't exist because they don't believe there are legitimate sex workers. Anyway, just, hey, you right-wingers, if you try to restrict sexuality, how the fuck do you expect your slaves to reproduce? But yeah, like, the pressure on OnlyFans to even go to ban it in the first place came from these puritanical groups saying, there are children that can access your website, there are children posting on your website, there's child porn on your website, etc., etc., etc. And it seems like those same groups are now directing towards Twitter, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, the Venn diagram of TERFs and Nazis is a near perfect circle. Anyway, on August 10th, over 100 conservative-leaning members of Congress wrote a letter to the Justice Department asking it to investigate OnlyFans. Alleging child sexual exploitation, the lawmakers cited research by a group called the National Center on Sexual Exploitation, formerly known as Morality in Media. The NCOS denies that it is an anti-LGBTQ organization. But that's the thing. They can say that they're not an anti-LGBTQ organization in numerous respects. Any organization can say they're not actually explicitly anti-LGBTQ, but, and yeah, Morality in Media. What's going to happen is when they start making moves, a lot of the time queer people are indirectly or directly affected by what they do. So, as we're going to see here, but in the past it has boycotted Disney for extending benefits to the same-sex partners of its employees and called for a boycott of Time Warner after the release of Madonna's 1992 book Sex, which the group called sick, violent pornography. Violent? Violent pornography. Okay. Wasn't that a song, Violent Pornography? Wasn't that like, I forget what the band was called. Its president, Patrick A. Truman, formerly led the American Family Association when the Southern Poverty Law Center designated a hate group for its longtime anti-LGBTQ views and campaigns. Was it System of a Down? It must have been. I was thinking of a different band. Like a one-word band from that same era when they were most popular. Like, I know they're popular now, but like, you know, the early 2000s, there was another band. The song was Silent Lucidity. There's definitely a song called Violent Pornography. Thinking of a different band, though. I can't think of what they're called. Hang on. Was it Korn? No. No, it is System of a Down. Okay. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. That's not what we're discussing. It also points to the issues of legalities of sex work in the US. It does. Just looked at the Bionicle game. It's fucking pog. It's fucking pog. Sorry, aren't these anti-porn pearl clutches usually super in favor of individual liberty and responsibility? Don't want your kids accessing adult material. Monitor their internet. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. That would be the idea, is, you know, you would have the parents monitoring this kind of shit. Anyway, just to be clear, what's up? Not against sex work or anything like that. The reason you don't support sex workers is because I don't... Yeah, I mean, I don't support sex workers directly. I'm not financially contributing to any of them because I'm a poor person. But, you know, I support sex workers' rights to be able to do their job, you know. In the same way that I don't go and support people who work at smoke shops. Because I don't go and buy cigarettes. You know, that's the same kind of... I mean, that said, I have gone into smoke shops to buy other things. They've got some cool stuff in there sometimes. Anyway, there's an exploited song called Sex and Violence where they just repeat this phrase, sex and violence, over and over. Because punk band. Anyway, the problem isn't the websites, it's the people who are exploiting children and not supervising their children online. It's like the children who get left in cars while the parents go and play casino for hours, not the casino's fault. I can't believe that actually happens. That's fucking disturbing. God. Time for Kez to be in bed, because unfortunately they have not won Lotto. Well, have a good one, Kez. Thank you so kindly, and have a good day at work tomorrow. Oh, I'll catch you later. Be kind to yourself, Kez. Whenever people bring up the children stuff, it just makes me think they are bad parents. Well, they are. Generally speaking, these people are bad parents and are in favor of things that ultimately end up harming children anyway. These people, I guarantee you, the people behind this kind of shit are also in favor of conversion therapy. You know? Same kind of people that just want children to exist on their terms, either as slaves or tools for oppression, anything in between, and it's bad in their eyes. Exactly. Which is not to say that we're not in favor of children accessing pornographic material. Absolutely not. That's not good. But these specific people are just trying to use children as a weapon against sex workers and queer people and all of that. The whole Think of the Children thing is always just designed to target minorities that the majority, who often are very well funded, and we'll get into that in just a moment because the article starts going into funding and stuff like that. These people are often well-funded majority religious types who are trying to suppress, underfunded minority groups, generally speaking. Have we gone through how the people OF mentioned in their decision are a Christian doomsday cult? We're going to get into that. That is a part of this. They use children as a convenient shield for their own prejudices, but never care to actually act in a way that helps kids grow into functional adults. Because they don't want them to, is the thing. Hello Thea, how you going? TLDR, trans people are the least likely to commit a violent crime when based off equal population, i.e. that is 0.0000015% if based on the same time frame, leaving only one mass shooting in the US by a trans person. That was in 2015 in the past 50 years. God. Yeah, right? What makes porn gross isn't the sex, it's the business practices. I mean, yeah. No horns today, no. I've just taken my my jab, so wearing the horns does give me a bit of a headache. And I already have a bit of a headache, so from getting the needle, so I don't want to exacerbate any potential symptoms. But yeah, the mainstream porn industry, like any mainstream media industry really, is rife with abuse, especially when it comes to the sex work industry. Which is, yeah, exactly why independent sex work should be encouraged. If you're going to go into sex work, do it independently if you can. But anyway, let's continue. The NCOAST board includes former Alliance Defending Freedom President Alan Sears, whose 2003 book, The Homosexual Agenda, exposing the principal threat to religious freedom today, hardly requires further explanation. NCOAST releases an annual Dirty Dozen list of what it calls major contributors to sexual exploitation. Netflix, Amazon, and Google Chromebook are all listed alongside OnlyFans this year. NCOAST isn't the only group lobbying corporate interests and the government to eradicate sexual content, but it's arguably the leader in the field, having railed against public displays of sexuality since 1962 and spending $5.1 million to do so in 2020. Are the hets okay? They're never okay. Where are we? Yeah, the cis hats are never okay. This is why OnlyFans should moderate its content a little bit. I mean, I've heard very questionable things about OnlyFans' moderation, I'm not going to lie. So yes, they absolutely need to step it up in that department. In both moderation of content and in support for its creators. They need to use the incredible resources they have now to employ people on both fronts. Protecting their creators and content, and also moderating the content so that it's not violating any TOS or anything. Another major player in the anti-porn wars, Exodus Cry, has similar roots in anti-LGBTQ sentiment. Its founder has referred to homosexuality as immoral and toxic. Both groups declared victory after the signing of FOSTA-SESTA, with NCOAST thanking supporters for contacting their elected officials to lobby for the law. I'm not going to argue whether or not there's sex trafficking happening on the internet. I mean, come on, of course there is. But many of the groups leading the charge against it have other agendas, and their one-size-fits-all attempts to guard the internet against traffickers end up not only duping well-intentioned supporters, but also threatening the incomes of already marginalized workers and swallowing entire communities into a consuming maw of fundamentalist Christian anti-sex censorship. All social media sites have terrible moderation because that's a money sink if you don't automate. Yeah, exactly. And they can never automate it properly anyway. These changes can seem innocuous. In May, eBay announced it would be closing its adults-only category and banning the sale of sexually oriented materials. The impact on LGBTQ historical archives, hardly a dangerous phenomenon, was quick and devastating. In August, The New Yorker spoke with queer historians about how the ban eradicated a market for materials from conceptual art to the vital gay leather magazine Drummer that even museums depend on for acquisitions. Drummer featured plenty of shirtless men on its covers, but it also included important information for the leather community. And highlighting the seemingly arbitrary nature of this ban, the iconic women-run erotic magazine On Our Backs was somehow spared. Thea, thank you for the head pats. Yeah, erasing LGBTQ history is the best way to control us. I did not know, I legitimately did not know until I started following more trans people on Twitter, that one of the first Nazi book burnings was from a German transgender clinic, or transsexual clinic back at the time. Like, you know, I did not even know that. That was not a thing I'd even ever considered. The Institute for Sexual Wissenschaft, or whatever it's called. Anyway, the Nazi Institute of Sexual Science run by Magnus Hirschfeld. Yeah, exactly. So that clinic was shut down. All the books were burned. All that very important queer science was lost. You know, 1920s Berlin was super progressive. Exactly. And that's why the transphobes think the trans community is something new, because the history's been eradicated. Exactly. And that's just a constant struggle we have to fight against. We have to try our damnedest to maintain what history we have. And they're just going to keep doing this shit until we somehow manage to fight back against it. And the best way we can fight back about it is to talk about these issues. Meanwhile, Foster Sester has made a queer comic artist cancel the publishing of her own book in which a sex worker was interviewed. Which one was... I remember this. Where is this? Comic book creator Eric Moen planning to release a new book in which they interviewed a full-service sex worker about the pros and cons. Yeah, I remember reading about this. Anyway, we'll come back to that. Because she worried she could be accused of sex trafficking. We already face steep barriers in advertising due to mainstream society's tendency to frame LGBT as inherently sexual, regardless of heat level. Excuse me. Romance writer Katie DeLong told Rolling Stone in 2018. This is only going to get worse under policies that say simply mentioning terms related to our sexuality or identities can get us banned. Foster Sester's impact has also had a silencing effect on sex educators, a vital resource for many LGBTQ youth across the country who are given no information in school about their sexuality and gender identity. Of the 50 US states, only a handful require school-based sex education be inclusive of LGBTQ people. In most of America, queer and trans youth must take their questions about identity and sex to the internet search bars and social media accounts. Those questions often have life-altering implications, whether the answers are aimed at preventing sexually transmitted infections or simply feeling less isolated and weird about your desires. Where were we? Let me have a look. Moderation is also a mental health sink, like the people get exposed to the worst of humanity and subsequently get PTSD. That is, yeah, like a good argument in favor of automation, honestly. But then who's going to spend the time developing the automated processes is the thing. Whether we want to believe it or not, as remarkable as a lot of technology is, as remarkable as expedient as technology has progressed in the last, 50 years, let's say, it's hard to deny the fact that humans are really fucking lazy. And if there is something that they don't necessarily urgently need to get done, or they don't need to get it done at maximum capacity, then they're just not going to do it. If I got exposed to crimes against humanity during my stint as customer service and PC fixing, they could have seen much worse. Yeah. Keep in mind that our celebrated allies genuinely thought the Nazis had very good ideas about LGBTQ people. Exactly. Hirschfeld was lobbying the Imperial and Weimar governments to allow self-declaration of gender and protections of treatments for trans folk, which are only just coming back into being suggested. The loss of the Institute set back the research that we know of by a century, let alone the reams of research we don't know the details of, but we know was lost. It's fucking awful. Where are the people up in arms over this suppression of free speech? I agree, Maria, with what Maria has said. Free speech is an empty dog whistle. No one wants unlimited free speech. Yeah, exactly. If free speech was actually a concern of any of the people who go on about free speech, then they would allow us to actually talk about our reality. And they wouldn't scream and piss their pants anytime a queer person dares to speak up about the way that we've been treated. You know? Anyway, while not necessarily related to Foster Sesta, queer and trans social media users have complained of identity terms being censored on platforms because of their proximity to porn, of all things. In 2017, Twitter came under fire for blocking the word bisexual, saying at the time that it had been added to a list of terms typically associated with adult content. Hello, Joack. How you doing? Seems the reception is pretty good here. About half an hour till the train. Nice, nice. Stay safe, Zara. Stay safe. Earlier this year, TikTok users, this was what I was thinking of a minute ago, complained that terms like intersex and lesbian were shadow banned, searches for the words didn't bring up results, and lesbian users had launched the tongue-in-cheek LaDollarBean hashtag after finding the content with the hashtag lesbian was frequently removed. Both platforms either apologized or said the issues were mistakes, but continuously evolving content moderation policies seem to target the LGBT community on a regular basis. This is one of the issues with like automating anything, is that the automated policy needs to be like, there's no way to create an automated moderation system that is not going to be inherently biased, because that system has to be designed by human beings, and human beings are inherently fallible. And they're going to be queerphobic, generally speaking. You're a tongue-in-cheek lesbian. Anyway. In 2019, the feminist magazine Salty was banned from advertising its latest cover featuring several fully clothed trans women of color because the Instagram algorithm had mistakenly flagged it as an ad for an escort service. You'd like one Abby, please. Hi, I'm here. Hello. Swift action from platforms to remedy such missteps is important, but don't answer the question of why this keep happening. Okay. Edit your articles, please. Because it doesn't appear to have been stopped. This week, popular queer TikTok star The Real Clay Baby posted an Instagram video complaining that he repeatedly gets locked out of his account for violating community guidelines about sexual activity. The Texas-based creator is known for messy drag, irreverent rants, and improvised raps, but the adult nudity and sexual activity he's been flagged for don't appear on the account. It's unclear whether he's being reported by homophobic viewers, which is probably very likely, or just flagged by an imperfect algorithm, but either way, the creator's income from sponsored posts was threatened. Excuse me. To say that it's frustrating for queer and trans people to be automatically associated with pornography just by existing would be an understatement. This kind of algorithmic bias has a similar effect to platforms that ban LGBTQ content under restrictive adult bans to comply with Foster Sesta. Like, this is what's most interesting, is like, there is nothing inherently sexual about being cisgender or being heterosexual. Just as there is nothing inherently sexual about being gay or being trans. So, what's the only other conclusion that can be drawn from the results of this kind of situation? You know. Both silence speech and prevent entire communities from being able to connect online. They hate us! Yes, they do. They hate us because they ain't us. Few among us can say we've never had a post deleted or had an entire account temporarily or permanently deactivated because we used a self-descriptive LGBTQ term such as dyke in a post or caption, or because something we posted was deemed inappropriate for some mysterious reason. The great irony is that many of the content rules that silence LGBTQ expression online may have just been put there to protect us from harassment, just as the rules that are desexualizing the internet claim to protect us from abuse. As the anti-sex panic continues to sweep online spaces, it is only natural for queer folks to expect that our very existence will continue to be conflated with porn by algorithms and whoever oversees the godlike task of creating keyword block lists. In GLAAD's new Social Media Safety Index, the first report to measure online safety for LGBTQ people, algorithmic bias is just one small part of a report that largely monitors hate speech. But just as lawmakers need to do a better job at seeing the difference between sex trafficking and healthy, consensual human sexuality, platforms need to do better at distinguishing between hate speech and pride speech. That's a good phrase, pride speech. Hell yes. We need more pride speech. Less hate speech, more pride speech. Being proud of being straight is not pride speech, for the record. There's no comparison between an underage girl being pimped out by a trafficker and a barista trying to make rent posting sexy videos on websites like OnlyFans. And there's a vast gap between a young lesbian using the hashtag dyke to connect with friends and vitriolic hate slurs used to terrorize and harass someone. Yes, training algorithms to find that difference is a challenge, undeniably. But if it manages to police queer and trans users at current levels, surely it can also learn our language. This article has been revised to add NCOSA's denial that it is an anti-LGBTQ organization. There we go. What are our thoughts? Any automation is built on databases made by humans, aka databases that are already biased, and I hate that in tech fields these databases are often seen as perfectly unbiased. Yes, exactly. A lot of people are like really flagrantly ignorant to the reality that robots cannot be unbiased. Like AI cannot be unbiased because a human had to create the robot. A human had to create the AI in the first place, had to write the script, had to write the word block lists, had to write all of these different things, had to write the algorithms. It had to come from a human being or a group of human beings. And if those human beings have certain innate biases, which they are inevitably going to have, no one's going to write these algorithms without those biases working their way into it. You know, the only other solution, of course, would be to write self-learning algorithms which are able to detect certain communities' behaviors and detect certain communities' language and all those kind of things. But even that's still going to be biased in some way. Like even, I don't even know. Like this is why you want to go into tech ethics, because nerds are insufferably dense. Yes, they are. You live in Denmark as a trans lesbian. The most discrimination I've experienced recently was kissing my wife on the street and got a wry comment about being in the way on the sidewalk. Excuse me. Thoughts: smash the fash in Call of Duty. It shouldn't be a controversial thing to say bash some fash. It shouldn't be. This is an Antifa stream, so we're clear. But that being said, Antifa is not an organization. There's no way you just sign up to be an Antifa. Let's clarify. You know, Antifa is an ideology. The soldiers who fought against the Nazis in World War II were Antifa because they were just anti-fascist. You know, we're anti-fascist. Not in Minecraft. We're anti-fascist. You just do an Antifa. Yeah, exactly. Also learn that their conversion and therapy, that sex is a way to obtain acceptance. We've trained algorithms to recognize people's faces even if they are wearing masks and fully covered up. We can totally train algorithms to recognize context. We just don't because it won't help people oppress others. It's a good point. Kissed my JF on the street, but nobody said anything. You gotta do it like more obviously. So, where there's a lot of people. You gotta do it where there's a lot. We gotta go somewhere with a lot of people. You gotta like make it an obvious PDA. You gotta go out there and just be like, hey, I'm gonna kiss my lesbian GF now right here in the street with like a bunch of people looking at you. You know. Or maybe you know, you're in an area where people are just like nice and don't care. Want to go to Denmark or the Netherlands? Any and all algorithms and AI programs are inherently created containing any and all bias by its creators. Exactly. Modern neural network AI isn't biased because of the person who wrote it. It's biased because the human bias is embedded in the data it was trained on. Yes, exactly, yes. So it's not as though, like, if we have, neural network AI and things of that nature, like, we do have learning algorithms right now, but those are still rooted in the biases that originally created those. So they've been continuing to learn. This reminds me of the thing. I can't fix my hair up, and it looks like shit. Sorry, my hair looks like shit, and I hate it. There we go. It looks a little better. I need to put some like product in it. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna get some like hair wax or something. I don't know. I want to make my hair sit nice. How do you make your hair sit nice? I don't know. My hair looks great. Thank you. I'm very self-conscious of it. All right. But yeah, like let me think. Let me go back. Let me go back. Yeah, multiple small groups that call themselves Antifa in my city. A few don't even like each other very much. What was I going to say? Abolish taxes, I agree. Smash that fash. Like you should smash that like button on my YouTube channel. Wave the rainbow flag to be even more obvious. Like this one strand. Yeah, I quite like that, actually. I wasn't trying to do that. That's supposed to be like a whole fringy bit, but the one strand thing is kind of cute. What was I going to say? Fuck, I had a point that I was going to... Yeah, leave a link if you got one. There was a point I was going to make, and I forgot what it was. About the AI, I think. Tax the rich. Not like AOC's fucking Met Gala dress. What the fuck was that? Jesus. And Cara Delevingne. Whatever her name is. Cara Delevingne. With a peg the patriarchy thing she was wearing. Like, if your message needs to be splayed across something, rather than, you can tell your message another way. Although, that tax the rich shirt that Hassan Piker was wearing, I do want that. Redneck Revolt, what's this? Is an American far-left political group that organizes predominantly among white working-class people. The group supports gun rights and members openly carry firearms. Its political positions are anti-capitalist, anti-racist, and anti-fascist. Founded in Kansas in 2009, members were present at several protests against Donald Trump and against the far right in 2017. Sounds good. Unrelated, but just discovered protein powder is actually more bearable for me with milk and Greek yogurt. Yeah, I like protein powder with milk generally. Like, I've tried it with soy milk, but I'm not going to take blame for this. But there is currently like 20-something liters of long life cow's milk in my house because my mother had so much of it sitting in her house that she just gave me a ton. So I'm not buying milk for the foreseeable future. I've got so much milk. I don't care if the dress was made by a designer. People can be shit designers. That's a thing. You can have an artist who does shit art. If you have to splay tax the rich on the dress's ass, you're not really accomplishing the message. Like, personally, if AOC really wanted to make that point, why wasn't she wearing like dusty overalls and work boots to the Met Gala instead? If you wanted to make the point, the distinction between the rich and the poor, and the fact that the rich should be taxed, why is she going to an event that costs $30,000 a seat in the first place? I really don't like... It's kind of a pretentious political statement to make, wearing this ridiculous, designer dress. Designers can be shit.
I see you've
Carpe,
brought guests.
hello.
Welcome.
Is something
friends.
different about... Yeah, I'm not seeing your icon anymore, Carpe. Oh, anyone's icon when they raid anymore. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to the Rogue Room. My name's Abigail Beck. Tonight we are talking about how... what was it? What were we talking about? We were talking about like not machine learning algorithms, but we were talking about like queerphobic algorithms and the way that any kind of algorithm online is going to be inherently biased and all that kind of things. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to the Rogue Room. I'm Abby Beck, and we're doing stuff. We're doing things. Now we're talking about AOC's dress, which was awful. Yeah, whenever somebody raids, and I think this might have been a subtle change to counteract the hate raiders that have been doing, like, they've been using, like, a Nazi avatar. Might be a thing. Can't find a name I like. Raid. Shadow Legends. Yeah, we were talking about anti-sex work Christians and a discriminatory comp site. That's a good way to put it. Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Shay. That's pretty much it. Yeah, we were going over how... Donald Trump's policy back in 2018 that was supposed to be like fighting sex trafficking and defending children on the internet and all that has had blowback upon independent sex workers and the LGBTQ community online. And it led into stuff like how certain social media platforms like Instagram and TikTok have been censoring queer content creators because they might use hashtags like dyke, lesbian, gay, etc. Because those things... what's it called? Those terms do get associated with sex work in other ways, but yeah. Dress as performative theater. Yeah, I agree. Like, it's kind of just dumb. Performative. She was in lockstep with Pelosi 89% of that time. Oh, okay. Hello, Salak. How's it going? Yeah, it was thread. Just said tax the rich on her butt, which, yeah, it's just... It's... At the very least, it has us talking about it. Like, this reminds me of the thing with the hate raids when Asmongold said out loud that he was not going to join in the day off Twitch, and he was not going to have anything to do with that, and he was being really rude to small streamers and all that kind of thing. I suppose the important takeaway is that at least it got people talking about it. Him being such a big streamer... That's the only positive I can take away from this kind of thing is like AOC wearing that dress does have people having the discussion and continuing the discussion, even if it is tacky as dog shit. It's pretty awful, but at the same time we are discussing it. we are driving the conversation. So the dress did work in a sense. Like, it was a publicity stunt and it worked. Yeah, we're talking about AOC. So, but I mean, at the same time, it should motivate the conversation around, like, we should talk about tax the rich. We should talk about the fact that why are the rich not being taxed the way that normal civilians are? Asmongold was literally a self-defying prophecy. He really was. And yeah, like in the same vein, you know, with him making the statement that he wouldn't talk about the small streamer thing, or he wouldn't involve himself in Day Off Twitch or any of that kind of thing. He got everybody else talking about it. Oh, look, Asmongold said it's not going to do anything. And then all of a sudden, the platform has gotten bigger for discussing the hate raids. You know, that's, you know, people are stupid and dumb. Who'd have thought? Thanks for giving us more ammunition. Anyway, Democrats have always been right-wing, and most leftist politicians are like centrists. Yeah, that's kind of the scary reality of it, isn't it? Is that at least in the US and even here in Australia, there are a lot of politicians that are just right-wing or slightly less right-wing. The best, like, this reminds me of ContraPoints' voting video, where, like, it wasn't specifically vote for Biden to vote for Biden, it was vote Biden to vote against Trump. So the whole avenue seemed to be vote Biden to push slightly more left and just keep driving left as much as you possibly can. And I mean, no matter whatever you feel about ContraPoints, that you can't deny that there is some underlying reality there. It's like, even if it's not as left as we would like, it's still a stepping stone in the right direction. But these things are intensely convoluted and are not simple black and white issues. You know, nobody's going to care, nobody's going to talk about it like I am right now on a huge platform that will spread these words all over the internet. Shit, where, yeah. Like, literally the moment he said that, there were articles published on major gaming websites talking about how Asmongold mentioned the hate raids. Like, you got to shift the Overton window one step at a time. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, when you have a progressive party, or an arguably progressive party in government, or whatever, you know, the better of the two evils, the lesser of two evils in Parliament. The idea is, of course, to, you know, slowly, by the book, move things further and further left. But the issue, of course, is that the left is generally trying to play by the rules while the right doesn't give a shit. So if you make one step in the right direction in a left-wing, or, again, lesser of two evils political party term, the right-wing party gets in the next term and then undoes everything and does huge, huge damage, that if the left-wing gets in on the next election cycle, they're going to change one thing, two things, and then, you know, the fascist party gets in again. Stop playing by the rules. Break some fucking rules, please, left-wingers. Jesus Christ. Break the fucking rules. Get violent. Start a revolution. I am progressive, but the left-wing voters are pretty as fuck. Pretty? Petty. I was going to say, like, are you going out looking at all of the left-wing voters? I mean, I'm sure some of them are. It's the Ratchet effect. Revolution is an act of self-defense. The Ratchet effect is real. Biden is continuing a ton of awful things Trump exacerbated. You'd rather have another party. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, here in Australia, for example, I know more about Australian political parties than American ones. I know that America's got the Democrats and the Republicans, but here in Australia, we've got Liberal and Labor. Liberal and Labor are our main two parties, Liberal being the right-wing party and Labor being arguably the more centrist party, I suppose, but, you know, the left-wing party generally. And we've also got other sub-parties, like there is the even further right-wing One Nation party, or there's the pretty significantly left-wing Greens party. There's a bunch of other smaller parties in Australia and all that kind of thing. I'm sure America's probably largely the same, but, you know, the idea, of course, is that you can vote in federal elections for one of those smaller parties to be the ruling political party. But it never really goes beyond Liberal Labor. Like, it's one of those two, really. Two choices, but no choice. Yeah, like, you don't really have much in the way of actual options. So what you're left with is, like, you can vote for, say, the Greens. I'm going to vote Greens in the next election, I think. which I think is next year, year after, 2022, 2023, is the next federal election. I think I'm voting Greens. And then one of my, like, you get to vote for them, and then that can be like your first priority for your vote, like you vote number one. Next year, okay. On September 20, there we go. In about a year's time, cool. But yeah, like I could vote 1 for Greens Party, and then vote 2 for Labour Party or something, and then vote like 6 for Liberals, which I wouldn't vote for them at all. Like I might vote 3 for the Pirate Party or something. I don't know. America just has 2 parties. No other parties would actually get elected, yeah. And that's the thing, is like Australia's got a bunch of political parties, but no one's actually getting in if they're not Liberal or Labour. And then we don't actually vote for our Prime Minister. Our Prime Minister is an internal election within the party. So we vote for the party itself based on their policies, and then the political figurehead is decided from within. So if we get Labour at the next election, that would be Anthony Albanese. At the moment we have Scott Morrison, who's a dumb cunt. Close to Tory and Labour in the UK, Republicans and Democrats. Okay. Break the rules. Hey kids, we've been eating the rich since 1973. Left-wing anarchists have no real plan to make change. I mean, yeah. The lesser of 15 evils. By the way, hi Sammy, how you going? We have other parties, but nobody pays attention to them. It's all about Democrat, which they're not anymore, and Republican, which they're also not anymore, and people pretend the party as a whole is good or bad and vote for parties instead of the country's needs. Exactly. Which I suppose is one of the issues, generally speaking, with regards to voting. And this is still true. I still abide by this idea, but, you know, vote in your best interests is the way to do things. Unfortunately, my best interests is in cooperation. My best interest is in bettering the country for all of its citizens, right? That's what I consider to be my best interest. I want a better country for everyone, so I'm going to vote for whatever party is going to go down the route of let's better the country for everyone. But there are other people who will vote specifically for the party for policies that benefit them selfishly. So that's the main issue. Generally speaking, people are going to vote in their best interests, and yeah. How about straight up just accelerate every problem we have, let it burn itself off, then take over? I'm voting for Comet 2022. Just wipe us out. Can we get, with all the remakes and remasters that we keep seeing all the fucking time in video games and movies and all that and TV shows, can we remake the comet that wiped out the dinosaurs? Can we remake that? Just wipe out modern civilization? I'm done. Tired. This shit is not helping. God, I really am Daria Morgendorfer. Fuck. Anyway. Cthulhu / Giant Meteor. I vote for the lesser of 20 evils this month. I vote for Yog-Sothoth. Well, I mean, yeah, we're already doing that. Too much emotion in my vote. Yeah, true. Daria's really monotone. Nice thoughts, but can I honestly cast my vote in confidence? Fuck no. I cannot cast my vote in confidence at all. I vote in federal elections because I know I have to. Because here in Australia, you get fined if you don't vote. But I will still vote for the party that I find to have the most progressive policies. Whether they enact those or not is another issue entirely. And I know that I'm not going to have an impact if I vote Greens. It's probably going to be either Liberal or Labour no matter what. Greens are not going to get in with the majority. But, you know. Accelerating is a horrible anarchist shit that ended up with leaders like Trump. I think you're talking about accelerationism, not accelerating. Accelerationism is... We were talking about this recently. Let me revise. Because accelerationism is a bad right-wing thing. It is. Is the idea that capitalism or some processes associated with it and technological change should be, or is, accelerated and drastically intensified to create radical social change, but this idea is often appropriated by far-right, generally fascistic types. But yeah, they're a small minority. I don't think there's much in there to worry about. But yeah, if we look at the Wikipedia article, at least, because Wikipedia is the all-knowing source of all information in the world, so we can trust Wikipedia. But this says accelerationist theory has often been divided into mutually contradictory left and right-wing variants. Left-wing accelerationism attempts to press the process of technical evolution beyond the restrictions of capitalism by dismantling and reusing modern technology. On the other hand, right-wing accelerationism supports the indefinite intensification of capitalism in order to bring about a technical singularity, which is a hypothetical point in time where technological growth becomes uncontrollable and irreversible. You're welcome. Accelerationist writers have additionally distinguished other variants as unconditional accelerationism. Anyway, that's a whole thing. You're on the train again, Radio Zera. Sounds good. Should be home just after 11. Nice. But yeah, that's a whole thing. By the way, you can redeem a belch, and I'll try. Like, you can redeem a belch of a letter, and I'll give it my best shot. I've got gases in me. I also have a bit of alcohol in me, actually. A little bit. I might crack open another one soon. I'm not saying anarchists voted for Trump. I'm saying the radical left contributed to the Democrats losing. I mean, I think there is something in there. I think I know what you're getting at, Forlorn. I'm someone in favor of helping capitalism fail as well. To pay respects. I think I know what you're getting at, Forlorn. I think it's not inherently that the left contributed to, it's not that the far left directly contributed to Trump getting elected. It's that there were radical right-wing movements online that, if I recall, like the big anti-SJW movement back in like 2014, 2015, 2016, in the lead up to the election. The whole thing was to paint these radical SJWs as this big thing that was going to destroy society, and that ended up radicalizing people against the left, and thus the Democrats by association, and pushed people to vote for Trump, is the way I've interpreted it. I might be wrong on this, I don't know. That's just what that's like one piece of a much larger puzzle, but that's what I've generally interpreted it as. Drink a Coke. I've got some Pepsi Max in the fridge. Germany votes soon, and it looks like Social Democrats, Greens, and the left could have the majority, but because the SDs and the Greens here are terrible, we might get some stupid coalition instead, even if it could happen. Yeah. It's appropriated by right-wing opportunists, exactly. Lesser of 20 Evils remind me of the California recall. Thank Buck Newsom won the recall. Was that the thing where Caitlyn Jenner was going to be up for election? Oh, yeah. Pepsi. Pepsi. Surely was a factor. Manufactured outrage is a tool for the right. It is. Oh yeah, protest Nabisco. Let's talk about that actually. Let's talk. This is kind of relevant. Let's talk about Nabisco. I didn't realize Pepsi was a part of Nabisco. Let's talk about this. Let's go through this, because this is the thing that's ongoing right now. Let's talk about this. The 2021 Nabisco strike is an ongoing labor strike involving workers from the American snack manufacturer Nabisco, which means I'm not allowed to buy Oreos anymore. I like Oreos. Technically, they're vegan, so I don't even... I used to be able to buy Oreos and not feel guilt for it. Now I gotta feel guilty about buying the fucking Oreos. Anyway. And, like, we're pro-workers' rights here, so... Nabisco, a subsidiary of Mondelez International, the strike began at a Nabisco facility in Portland, Oregon on August 10th and has since spread to several more Nabisco facilities throughout the United States. Yes, we're using Wikipedia. I don't care. We're just talking about what's going on. Because it started August 10th and it's ongoing. The strike was caused due to disagreements between Nabisco and the Bakery, Confectionery, Tobacco Workers and Grain Millers International Union concerning new labor contracts after the previous ones had expired in mid-2021. In particular, the company was seeking changes in scheduling and overtime pay, as well as the introduction of a new healthcare plan. The Labor Union was opposed to these changes and additionally wanted safeguards against possible outsourcing. Outsourcing to Nabisco plants in Mexico. As a result of an impasse between the union and the company, members of the local union and at the Nabisco plant in Portland performed a walkout on August 10th, initiating the strike. Over the next several days, other local unions at Nabisco facilities throughout the United States also joined in striking against the company, and by August 23rd, it had affected every bakery and distribution facility in the country. This strike is Nabisco's first since the 56-day strike in 1969. And yeah, let's see, and yeah, as was mentioned, there is no ethical production under capitalism. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like, I mean, technically speaking, even if you're vegan, you can't, like... Even if you're vegan under a capitalistic business model, economic model, there's no ethical consumption. But, god damn it, dude. Like, there was that very mild bit of, like, Oreos are vegan, and thus I can buy the vegan cookies, and they're nice and delicious, and I don't have to feel bad about the fact that this product doesn't harm animals. And now, the plant that makes the Oreos, the plants that make the Oreos are abusing their workers. So they're abusing other animals. Humans. Fuck. Dude. The ethical thing is the best you can do. I mean, arguably. It sucks. It sucks wanting to be an ethical person. You know. But realistically speaking, once you unpack all of this shit, you know. They never aren't abusing humans, I know. All we can... I mean, this is the thing. Like, we want to support the protest. Don't buy Nabisco products, and then... with any luck, you know, their strike is effective. You know, that's what we can do, I suppose. In the grand scheme of things, like, if you're aware of the Nabisco strike, the best thing you can do as a consumer is not consume those products until the workers' demands are met. You know, which is arguably the same reason that vegans do all the things that vegans do. You know, you don't consume chicken, eggs, beef, fish, any of the animal-based products out there. You don't drink milk, don't eat cheese, whatever. You use the alternative products, and the idea, of course, is that by using that as a form of protest against all the companies in the world that are contributing to the systemic animal abuse that fuels most of the things we consume, the idea is to initiate radical change. But it's very, very... As a wise graffiti once said, the greenest thing you can do is hang yourself from a fucking tree. Oh, fuck, dude. Buy Hydrox or something? What's Hydrox? Generic products for the win? I mean, I won't lie, Aldi has got a good knockoff Oreo. They do. It's pretty fucking good. Greenest thing you can do is eat the rich. Yes, exactly. So what happened with the... yeah, let me come back for a second, because I saw Jenna got 1.2... Wait, 1.250, 370... Wait, what? How many votes did she get? Tax all the rich, yes. And yeah, meat production is the #1 producer of greenhouse gases, exactly. So it's not even it's not even just a strictly pro animal rights thing. It's a pro the fucking planet thing. That's a pro save the planet kind of thing. Oh, Hydrox is the original Oreo. Oh, okay. Oreos are the knockoff. That's right. I remember this. The brand, yeah, fuck. I forgot about this story. Brand name for a cream-filled chocolate sandwich cookie owned and manufactured by Leaf Brands. Debuted in the United States in 1908. The similar Oreo cookie introduced in 1912 is an imitation of the original Hydrox. Oreo eventually exceeded Hydrox in popularity, which resulted in Hydrox being perceived as an Oreo off-brand. Compared to Oreos, Hydrox cookies have a sweeter filling and a crunchier cookie shell that has noted to become less soggy in milk. But you want the sogginess, though, don't you? Are they still around? I haven't seen Hydrox before in Australia, so they might not be here, for all I know. Higher quality ingredients, and they were healthier. Hydroxychloroquine cookies. I'll have to take a look. I'm sure they exist somewhere. I feel like IGA would have them for some reason. Elder is coming back, claiming the election was stolen. Wait, so what happened with Larry Elder? I don't know what's going on with Larry Elder. Hydrox is also the name of hydrogen oxygen rocket fuel. There we go. Fuck it, I'll make my own brand of Abigail's breakfast biscuits. Unironically, made a cheesecake recently. And the idea occurred to me of like, yo, why don't I start like a little cafe, cake shop, cat cafe thingy? The idea occurred to me. It's like, I should take out a business loan start a cat cafe that focuses on a unique range of cakes as well. If I wanted my own cozy business, it'd be a cat cafe with cake. He was claiming it was rigged before it was even called. Politicians. Gotta go laugh today. Thank you so kindly, Patty. Have a good one. The thing Jewish people are only... how do you spell Kuser? I don't know. The thing Jewish people are only supposed to eat. I don't know. Looper, are you still there? Yeah, cheesecake. Kosher. There we go. Hang on. There's a poll for you. Hydrox is still around, but there's a lawsuit against Oreo because they allegedly paid grocery stores to either not stock Hydrox or hide it. Fuck. There we go. Should I do cooking streams? I mean, I've been planning to do one for a while. I just haven't done it. I don't have the resources to do it, is the thing. I'd need to move my entire PC into my kitchen. But, that being said, I had a really good time making cheesecake recently with someone. And I want to do it again. I want to make another cake. I want to make a Black Forest cake next. I think that'd be really fucking cool. So I'm down. Move the kitchen into the PC. Hydrox cookies were kosher, then Oreo stuck kosher on their packages. Oh, I see. Hydrox. Yeah, like if I can do a baking stream one day, I'd love to. I really quite enjoyed that. Would like to continue down that route of exploring baking. Baking fun. They've always used pork fat. Oh, okay. Good morning from the PNW Bigfoot country. Which one is that specifically? Shall we continue on with our workers' rights thing? Because since we're on this tangent, we might as well continue down the same train of thought. We could look into further details about the... we could look into... what's it called? We could read more into the Wikipedia article about the Nabisco strike, but made brownies last night. Oh, nice. Black Forest, heck yes. Children's toy baking, like the Easy Bake Oven. I could get a small laptop. I actually do have a laptop, but the quality the stream would be in would not be good enough. So 14 of you think I should. I could definitely do it. It's definitely a thing I could possibly do. But the issue is mainly that I don't really have the space either. It would be really awkward to set up, like, where would the cameras sit and all that. So it'd be a whole thing. Washington State. Okay, they filmed here in the... They filmed in the Hendersons here in Index, Washington. Oh, okay. Oh, I get. Yeah. Bigfoot country. I get it. People didn't bother reading the ingredients and asking what the fat in it was. Hydrox is not only used to refer to rocket fuel, but also refers to breathing gas used at high depth due to remaining non-toxic at high pressure. Oh. False advertising by Oreo. By the way, hi Amelia, how you going? So, continuing with our... I mean, we could continue on the Nabisco strike thing. We could have a further look at this, and then there's another workers' rights thing I want to talk about, because, you know, workers' rights is a good thing. So, let's have a look. Harry and the Hendersons, okay. Let's have a look here. In mid-2021, during the COVID-19 pandemic... Oh, really? During the COVID-19 pandemic. Who'd have thunk it? American-based snack manufacturer Nabisco, which owns the brands Oreo, Chips Ahoy, and Ritz Crackers, among others, Jats are better, closed their food processing facilities in Atlanta, Georgia, and Fair Lawn, New Jersey, which resulted in the loss of about 1,000 union jobs. With the closures, Nabisco's only production facilities in the United States were Portland, Oregon, Richmond, Virginia, and Chicago, Illinois. Around the same time, in May 2021, the labor contracts between Nabisco and the workers at these locations, all organized by the Bakery, Confectionery, Tobacco Workers, and Grain Millers International Union, or BCTGM, expired without replacement contracts in place. Discussions between the union and the company were at an impasse, with the company pushing for concessions in the next contract. In particular, in 2018, Nabisco stated that they would stop offering pension benefits, which was a major point of contention with the union. Well, duh. Why would you take a... Capitalism. Anyway, as a replacement, the company instituted a 401k program. Some employees at the 3 plants expressed concerns that their jobs could be outsourced to Nabisco plants in Mexico that had recently opened, though Nabisco has claimed that the plant closures in Atlanta and Fairlawn did not result in those jobs being outsourced to the Mexican plants. Despite this, a local union at one of the American facilities filed a trade adjustment assistance petition with the United States Department of Labor that, as of 2021, is under review. In an interview with Vice in August, one employee stated, "There's a constant threat of, if you don't agree to the concessions, we'll leave." Speaking about this issue, a union representative stated, "There is no animosity on our part towards the Mexican workers. Our animosity is towards the company. The Mexican workers are just getting exploited." Well, I mean, they're workers. They're all getting exploited, realistically. Little Bluetooth camera setup. That could work, actually. That could work. How am I? Tired and sore. I had my first vaccine shot yesterday. I'm still recovering from it. It's hitting me. I won't lie. It's hitting me a little bit. I've got like sore muscles all over. So, can you get really long wires? You could, but that'd probably be more hassle, actually. There'd probably be a way to do a Bluetooth camera setup, or I could probably stream off my phone, but I would need a new phone tripod to set up. I don't have one at the moment. I've been lazy. They're really cheap. I should just order one already, but you know. Congrats on the shot. The second is unimaginably worse. Well, I've heard that I got AstraZeneca, and they told me that the second shot's actually a lot more easy to get through. I don't know how it goes, but yeah, I got AZ. I'm getting the next AZ shot in December. And fingers crossed it's nowhere as bad. But yeah, I've heard some of the vaccines are like, I think the Pfizer is like the first shot's really pretty easy, and then the second shot's the bad one. But with AZ, it seems to be the other way around. You know. Want to get a tripod and a ring light and set up for your phone so you can record some cooking stuff yourself? Yeah. I've got a good tripod. I've got like a good like $90 tripod there. It's a really solid build. I just need a little attachment to put the camera on the tripod, which has currently got my my teleprompter on it because I just recorded a video recently. Anyway, in addition to the reinstitution of the previous pension plan, the union was pushing for safeguards against possible future outsourcing to the Mexican plants. Other points of contention between the company and union included the company pushing for mandatory weekend work, changing 8-hour shifts to 12-hour shifts without overtime pay, and creating a healthcare plan that would include 2 tiers, which would increase costs for new hires. Around the time the contracts had expired, several employees stated that it was not uncommon for workers to work 6 to 7 days per week for 12 to 16-hour shifts during the pandemic. What the fuck? Why? These longer shifts were implemented by the company in order to keep up with an increased demand for snacks during the COVID-19 pandemic. Hire more people, you fucking idiots. According to a representative for BCTGM Local 364 representing the workers in Portland, the existing pay system included time and a half pay for overtime and any work on Saturday and double pay for any work on Sunday. But the new system proposed by Nabisco would see a flat pay rate regardless of days until the worker reached 40 hours for a week. One worker at the Portland facility estimated that these changes could result in some workers making approximately $10,000 less per year than the existing system. Nabisco was pushing for these changes during a time when the company was reporting increased revenue. That's always the way, isn't it? With a revenue increase of about 12% compared to the previous year. Additionally, Nabisco's parent company, Mondelez International, nearly doubled their profits in the most recent fiscal quarter of 2021. Speaking of this, one union representative stated this company made record profits throughout the pandemic, and then they come to the table and they want concessions. It's absolutely a slap in the face. By August 10th, Local 364 had been negotiating with Mondelez for about 3 weeks. On that day, with a breakdown in negotiations, workers at the facility performed a walkout, initiating strike action against the company. The strike action came approximately a month after the 2021 Frito-Lay strike, which also involved members of the BCTGM. Both strikes occurred during a large growth in the snack industry caused by the pandemic. This also marked the first strike action at Nabisco in 52 years, with the last incident lasting 56 days in 1969, and is occurring amidst a nationwide labor shortage. Because during the pandemic, people are realizing their worth as workers, and they're currently refusing to be treated like dog shit for a change. Anyway. First shot was not too bad for AZ, so I'm worried your second is going to fuck you up. Well, I mean, we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. Oh, it'd be nice to not move everything and just have 2 setups. Probably easier than moving it all every time and then moving back. Yeah. As far as I know, like Cat's Kitchen, has got, like, she's got a setup in her kitchen, but her computers are, like, literally in the next, like, the kitchen's there, and then, like, she's got a segment just over where her PC is, and I think everything's either hooked up to that, or there is an advanced computer in the kitchen that has, like, all the things connected to it. I don't know. Either way, you know, my PC's here, and my kitchen is 2 rooms that way. So I'd have to pick up everything, move it in there, find a place to set it up, which I could very easily do, honestly. But then I would need to, migrate everything. It'd be a lot of hassle. I can stream phone camera footage over Wi-Fi, but it has been iffy when I've tried to do that. So, you know. By the way, we are now 89 followers away from 5,000. We're going to hit 5,000 followers by the end of this year, I guarantee it. They also stole the unique shape on it entirely. The Oreo word was added in the late 90s, making the first change in their history to them. But then Oreo stole the recipe, they stole the unique pattern, stole their truth. They tried forcing them off the shelves. Hydrox only survived because of places like Israel and Japan, until Oreo did the same thing there during early 2000s. Fuck, dude. Business. Am I right? Had BioNTech and both doses were fine, but I was equally tired the next day with light headaches. Different for everybody. For BioNTech, they said the second dose is often worse. Oh, okay. Had a headset and multiple cams all over the place. I'd love to have more cameras, but honestly, setting up more cameras is a pretty significant issue with me. Like, just having this is such an exhausting thing to set up. Hey, how you doing? This camera isn't even angled correctly. But yeah, like the way it is right now, just having these 2 cameras set up means I have to run like a camera program on my PC to check both cameras are actually picked up by my PC before I launch OBS. And it's a pain in the fucking ass, dude. I want to have like 5 or 6 cameras at different angles. I'd like to have one that's like up on top of the shelves there. I wouldn't mind one that's behind me or above me or whatever. I'd like to have like a whole thing with a bunch of cameras. But at the same time, it's just so much hassle to bother with. Yeah. I think there is a spot in my kitchen I could move some stuff around to put the PC in there, definitely. But finding the right camera positioning so everything looks nice and being able to read chat and all that at the same time will be tricky. I did move my PC during our cocktail mixing stream, so that was fun. It was definitely a thing. It is definitely a thing I can do. It's just a matter of how, when, how to set it out. You know, it's a chore. It's an entire task. Oh, Pfizer. Okay, BioNTech is Pfizer. Nabisco is one of those corporations that need to be held liable. If you look for German Oreo commercials, you'll see pro-Nazi ones. Well, to be fair to the Nazis for a minute, that was many, many companies that are still prominent today. Like, I think, a number of car companies, a number of fashion companies. There's just a lot of companies that worked with the Nazis during Nazi Germany. Like, it's not surprising. Honestly, it's not at all surprising. Let's not forget the slave labor Nabisco has been using recently. Exactly. IBM. Yep. There was actually a very, very amusingly, or perhaps more disturbingly, Bayer. There was a company that Donald Trump actually directly thanked for their role in producing some of his wardrobe, who directly helped the Nazis with their uniforms. I forget what that brand was. Hugo Boss. Was it Hugo Boss? Welcome back, Broken. We're talking about Nazis again. Yeah, Hugo Boss, yeah. So, and I'm fairly certain, sorry for bumping the mic again, folks. I'm fairly certain Trump thanked them for something in recent times. Which is, can't be surprised. I mean, as Donald Trump, the man who has a pretty famous history of looking up to people like Adolf Hitler, and did refer to the Taliban as basically, you gotta hand it to them for being good fighters. So, They still make military uniforms there, right? Well, am I surprised? No. Like, why would I be? Yeah. It's astounding the level of, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Like, I'm aware of this stuff. A lot of other people probably aren't. There's probably a lot of people who aren't aware of this stuff. and are blissfully unaware of it. Dickbaggery? No, that's not what I want. The West did a lot of business with Nazi Germany, which is why they stonewalled Stalin for 6 years when he tried to form an anti-fascist coalition against Germany, resulting in the Ribbentrop-Molotov Treaty, ensuring that the Soviet Union could build up proper defenses. Why am I not shocked? Why am I not surprised? It's one of those things where, like, you know your drunk uncle at a barbecue might just it's one of those little fun facts. Might casually say, oh, Hugo Boss used to make uniforms for the Nazis, just as a fun fact, and it doesn't continue to expound upon that idea or talk about the many other companies that worked with the Nazis. And yes, by the way, we are trying to encourage folks to sub off Twitch, because this was relayed to me by a fellow creator. I'm just going to read their message out now. I'm not going to say who it was, but somebody recently sent me a screenshot of they got gifted 15 subs, tier 1 subs, and yet their revenue from those 15 tier 1 subs was only $11.85. So very, very little. Like, that doesn't make any sense if you calculate, if you calculate those subs based on what you should be getting. It should be a lot more than $12 for 15 gifted subs, right? However, the price, so we had a bit of a chat about it. At first I was just like, that doesn't make any sense, like, it must be, and yeah, it's the currency exchange rate. So what this person has said to me, okay, so apparently the price was correct. It's from the local pricing thing. Whoever gifted it has an incredibly low cost for each sub gift. So yeah, I said, shit, that's not good for us then. They said, yeah, they'll do some sort of adjustment, so it feels like we're getting a normal payout, but only for the next few months. After that, we're shit out of luck. And then I said, that's why I'm trying to push income off site. So please, if you are considering subbing or cheering bits or anything like that, I urge you to please go to something like Patreon. Streamlabs has a monthly tip option. Coffee now has a subscription option as well. I do have a fan house, which has got a couple of things on it. Fan house is, by the way, not mature rated. It's completely PG-13. I mostly just post selfies on there. I'm going to post some more selfies on there later. But just generally speaking, if you were considering subscribing on here, whether with Prime or whether with any other thing, and no, it's not OnlyFans. Fan house is like SFW OnlyFans kind of thing. It's just another avenue for streamers or other content creators to support themselves. So if you're a fan of the stream, I personally, if you wanted to financially support me, please go offsite. Please go Patreon, Coffee, Streamlabs, Fan House. There are other options. Please do not go through Twitch's avenues, because Twitch is going to try to fuck us over. They are. The best change Twitch could make is to give us a higher cut, but they're not going to do that. So we are trying to rally to push our revenue offsite. Preferably Coffee. Coffee doesn't take a cut, Sub to Abby's Patreon for $6 a month. Felt so much better knowing I was getting that 95% instead of 50%. Yeah, exactly. Actually mad how you pay like £3 per sub right now. I want to support trans streamers, but £3 is too low. Yeah, ask your favorite creators if they have other revenue options. If your favorite streamers have other avenues where you can support them, go through those instead. And I will continue to talk about this. That's why sub off Twitch is down there in the corner. But yeah, Coffee, for me personally, is the best way. Honestly, I feel like I should shut down like Patreon and Fan House and all that and just have Coffee. Or Streamlabs Tips is also a good option. Because both Coffee and Streamlabs Tips have a sub option if you like the idea of subscribing. For one sub, Twitch gave $1.60. Yeah, that's fucked. So yeah, if you are interested, we're banding together, sort of. It is a bit of a movement. Like there are quite a few people who are in favor of this whole idea of, drive financial support away from Twitch, as Twitch has proven it doesn't care about its marginalized creators facing harassment with the hate rates thing as well. If you would like to support the stream, head to Patreon. Monthly tip at Streamlabs will make a one-off tip, or sub at Coffee. Twitch gave you more of a cut. How would Bezos go to space? Would have loved to see that rocket pull a Challenger. Might be an idea to keep everything to one rather than trying to keep putting content on both Patreon and Fan House. Yeah, I might get rid of the Fan House one. you know, if you wanted to, you know. I don't know. I think the problem is having too many different avenues. Yeah. I think I would prefer to put it all on... I think, honestly, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one I would go through. Probably Coffee. Coffee's the best one because they don't take a cut. They don't take a cut. Yeah, the hate raid thing is real. It's really real. Yes. So for those of you who are not aware, and we're going to take our break in just a moment. For those of you who are not aware of what the hate raids actually are, it's not a raid. Like you've seen on streams, someone raids and they bring their viewers across. It's not a raid, okay? It's when the stream gets bombarded with a series of bots that flood the chat with hateful messages. And often we get follow bot spammed as well. So I've had just a flood of messages. You are not a woman. You should join the 41%. All of that kind of atrocious shit. Some of it more vile than that. And it's happening primarily to Black, Indigenous, and people of color creators and transgender creators. I think generally just LGBTQ plus creators in general, but primarily it seems to be like the targets of BIPOC streamers and trans streamers. Can't Twitch track the emails, etc. with that stuff? Here's the thing. Twitch is very fucking lazy, so it has required a large community effort to actually get Twitch to even pay attention to what's going on. And it seems as though they are using a botting system that is generating... It seems like they're probably generating emails, and there's no limit seemingly on using an email to create a Twitch account. So they're creating... They're botting emails, and then they're botting accounts on the platform, which they then use to create these hate raids. So we're like... It seems like a lot of us are... faced with just all these new accounts all the time. They're just spamming us with hateful messages. It's quite atrocious. But yeah, that's a basic summary. And as a result, the community has banded together to say, you know, Twitch needs to step in, stop the hate raids, do better. There was the One Day Off Twitch event back on the 1st of September, which was quite successful. There was at least a significant dip in viewership on that day specifically. So clearly it did have an impact. Twitch is now apparently pursuing a lawsuit against 2 alleged hate raiders. But the problem is we don't really know the identities of them. So we don't know what exactly Twitch is doing. And even if by some miracle they manage to catch them and sue them, what they really need to do is work on systemic back-end tools to counteract these kinds of things is the primary thing Twitch should be doing. But even if Twitch does sue them successfully, my main concern, and probably the concern of many other streamers, is what's Twitch going to do with whatever money they get from those hate raiders? Where's that money going to go? What's going to happen there? And what's going to happen to those hate raiders after they have been sued into oblivion? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that question, but you know. Mostly get ignored with hate raids because they do tech streams with almost no viewers and they don't really, and thus don't really tag because I don't talk about anything other than tech. Oh, I know where it's going to go. Well, yeah, it seems like they were using the tag system. Here's what's interesting, though, is like I took a bit of a break last week and the week before, and I've come back this week and like half of last week. And I haven't been hit with one since, strangely. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if they've been subdued or if the hate raiders have found specific creators. It seems like Wreck-It Raven is still getting hit with them at least. But... for some reason, I was a target of them for a while, and they seem to have left me alone. I don't know what's going on there, but anyway. Has it been shit you can just ignore? Well, this is the main issue, is that, like someone mentioned, it's a stream DDoS, and for a lot of streamers, they're like the chat is flooded with botted hate messages, and you're getting spammed with follow alerts, which can often... drain the resources of the person streaming. Like the actual, if your follow alert keeps going off over and over and over again, that can actually have an impact on the network and on the PC itself. Like I've seen people who've had their actual stream affected by alerts just going off in ridiculous succession. It's why I don't have follow alerts turned on anymore at all. And it seems like, yeah, for some reason, two-factor authentication, at least until recently, has not been a huge thing, but now they seem to be pushing it pretty hard or something. I don't know. But that was the one thing that we, myself and many other people, were arguing for, is like Twitch needs to enforce some level of 2 or 3 factor authentication. How will you know if you get 5K? What do you mean? Like with the follow bots, I know how to get rid of them. Stream with a, you were in a stream that got hit with that raid and they spam the emoji. Even a chat mode where users have to have two-factor authentication to chat should be a big problem for botters, but not too much for normal users. This is the thing, right? There is actually an option that I have turned on in my settings that requires users to have a verified email, and the bots can get around that for some reason. Like, I've got that turned on, and the botted accounts just get through it. Don't ask me how. You know, you would think that would be a thing that would be difficult for them to get around, maybe. But people are asking for like email verification to be mandatory and phone number verification to be mandatory before you can actually use an account and chat and all that kind of thing. And a number of other things. At any rate, I'm going to take a quick be right back. I'm going to go take a leak and then we'll come back to what we're talking about. We've got some other news to go through. At any rate, verified email is easy, just a throwaway email for for the bots. I suppose so, yeah. I mean, if they can bot the email account in the first place, they can easily verify the bot. Anyways, we'll be back in a minute. AOC at the Met Gala. We're not going back to that topic. BRB, folks. Don't go away. I'll talk to you in a very short time. Mwah. What is up, my bitches? I agree, Squid, by the way. I feel bad for the OG Hoss. He only streamed like once a year with friends or something, and then the Hate Raiders took his name. This is the thing, though, that I am confused about. Is it seems as though the Hoss bots and the Hate Raiders might be separate. I don't know if it's... I don't know 100%, but... It seems as though like the people who are getting Hoss spotted are just getting follow botted, and it's happening to anyone, whereas the Hate Raiders were specifically targeting minority streamers. And it doesn't, like, some people have said they've gotten both, but it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of crossover between the two. And yes, you can hear my cat. But yeah, I do feel bad for the OG Hoss. If it were up to me, if I were in his position, I'd rebrand immediately and start from scratch if I could. The Hoss bots are IP capture bots, not... Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're Hate Raiders specifically. But it is interesting, like the sequence of events does seem to go from... There were bots that were attacking people's streams. People would click on the channel to ban or block the account, and those channels had an extension on their page that was IP tracking and sending the IPs to a Discord server. Then the Hate Raid thing started to happen, and Hate Raids were explosive all over Twitch. They're still ongoing as it stands right now, but I haven't had one for a bit, thankfully. Because the thing that I really hate about the Hate Raids is that the response is shut down the stream. Like, you can still stream, but you have to lock the stream down so that no new viewers can join in, basically. And then the latest development seems to be the Hoss bots, the Hoss follow bots, which are affecting anyone. It seems like maybe these are all the same thing. It's probably very likely that are just trying to attack Twitch as a whole, but, you know, the disturbing side effect of this is, of course, trying to drive off minority streamers from the platform. And the only overlap with the Hoss bots you've noticed is if there may be scout bots to find targets. I mean, I had one Hoss bot follow. I blocked and banned them and then never had anything else. So... We're onto the recorder legs. We've got strawberry lime, for anyone who's curious about what I'm drinking. Strawberry lime cider, very nice. Low sugar. But yeah, the actual... Well, actually, it's like the Hoss 00312, I think it was, is the original one that got attacked. Not twitch.tv/Hoss. There is a different Hoss. By the way, Zara, thank you. In most cases, botting is, and bot creation... is automated, which is why they have these now recognizable names. There's no way to get rid of that mechanism, which the botters themselves can't get around, not even 2 or 3 factor authentication. Oh, really? Well, I hope something happens. Oh no, I wanted that article. We're still doing labor rights. We're still doing... We got so much news, including something I really wanted to get into about animal rights as well. Let's do a bit of activism tonight. Let's do a bit of activism. Since you turned up during the Be Right Back, my arm is sore. It's very... I like bumping this. I bumped this. I literally just leaned on the arm of the lounge earlier. So fucking painful. Oh my god. If you want me to flex, it's got to be like this arm. I have to take the jacket off. We're not doing a flex. Should have turned off the flex. It's agony, but at the same time, I'm vaccinated. So, you know, I'm good. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Anyway, after you ratted out a bot account, something TTV, you got hundreds. Fucking hell. Hence why no one's making me flex. Yeah, I got a needle in my arm. I actually wanted to today do my upper body workout, which consists of shoulders, triceps, biceps, chest, which would have fucked me up. Like, no fucking way, dude. I'm gonna wait on my weighted exercise. I'm just gonna stick with cardio for the time being, I think. I got you a partner achievement. Oh, really? I know some people have gotten, like, I ticked off one of the, like, get 100 people chatting thing because of the bot, the Hate Raid bots. Yeah. I was already close to getting it, but, you know, I would have preferred to get it legitimately, but, you know, I don't really pay attention to the achievement system on here anyway, unless it's the Path to Partner one. It's the only one I care about. which I am currently at 51.88 out of 75 average viewers for the 30-day performance thing, which is pretty fucking cool. I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty happy with the way the channel's been going of late. Hey, thank you for the head pat. I think I have some idea why animal rights is the topic here. Sorry for blowing up your notifications just now. Oh, did you? Where? When? Did you? I don't remember. But I did see something that I want to talk about, but we'll get to that in a moment. But first and foremost, we have been sort of following this story and its developments. Activision Blizzard employees file unfair labor practice suit against the company. Got some signs here from protesters. Play nice, play fair. Women's voices matter. Fight bad guys in game. Fight bad guys IRL. That's a fucking good slogan. Holy shit, yes. Nerf male privilege. Well done, Blizzard employees. Okay, Activision Blizzard employees and the communications workers... Fuck off. Communications Workers of America, CWA, a major media labor union, have filed an unfair labor practice lawsuit against Activision Blizzard, accusing the video game company of worker intimidation and union busting. The union claims that Activision Blizzard is using coercive tactics to stop employees from unionizing. So, what is it, the Pinkertons? Literally the Pinkertons? No. The lawsuit is one of several against Activision Blizzard, which was previously investigated by California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing, DFEH, over claims of widespread sexual harassment and gender-based discrimination. The DFEH sued Activision Blizzard in July, alleging the company had a frat boy culture that included gender-based discrimination and harassment. It was followed by a class action suit from shareholders in August that claimed the company had violated federal securities laws. Just sit down. Go on, just sit down. White veganism... Let's just see, dating a Cree / is it Dene trans woman has made me feel very strongly about the racist undertones to white veganism and animal rights activism. Oh, I see. Heading through that part of the trip with no reception. Oh gosh, alright, Zara. Talk to you later. Stay safe. Where were we? In a statement shared with the Washington Post, CWA organizing director Tom Smith said management could have responded with humility and a willingness to take necessary steps to address the horrid conditions some Activision Blizzard workers have faced. Instead, Activision Blizzard's response to righteous worker activity was surveillance, intimidation, and hiring notorious union busters. The employees in the CWA union filed this most recent lawsuit in California with the National Labor Relations Board, alleging that Activision Blizzard acted coercively to stop unionizing, using tactics, such as surveilling employees, interrogating them, making threats, and promising benefits. The stuff from the ActiBliz scandal is way too common in the industry. I don't know of any game dev company that doesn't do that stuff. I mean, yeah. It's corporate culture in general, really. Activision Blizzard... Oh, hang on. No, we're not up to that bit. Following the suit from the DFEH, Activision Blizzard hired law firm Wilmer Hale to conduct a third-party audit. Shareholders have criticized that as a poor choice, noting the firm's reputation for defending wealthy clients and lack of a track record in uncovering wrongdoing. Activision Blizzard is not unionized. In a late July rally attended by more than 350 people, employees staged a walkout to protest the company's reactions to being accused of sexual harassment and discrimination. Blizzard employees also banded together to form a Better ABK, a group that advocates for workers' interests. The action was later mirrored by workers for the gaming company Ubisoft, who created a Better Ubisoft. Activision Blizzard is one of the world's biggest gaming companies with 9,500 employees worldwide. Jesus. A market capitalization of more than $60 billion. Fuck. And hit franchises like Call of Duty and World of Warcraft. One of its largest subsidiaries, Blizzard Entertainment, was founded in 1991, was named extensively in the DFEH lawsuit. Activision Blizzard. I can't read. Activision Blizzard... The CWA and lawyers for the case did not immediately return requests for comment. Elsewhere in the company on Tuesday, Activision Blizzard announced it hired 2 senior executives, Julie Hodges, a human resources executive for Disney, as Chief People Officer. People Officer? People Officer. Okay. And Sandeep Dubey, a former revenue management executive at Delta Airlines, as Chief Commercial Officer. There's some further details about the lawsuit here. ActiBlizzard is probably the better way to do it. Okay, so on July 20, California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing filed a lawsuit against the video game publisher Activision Blizzard. Why does that sound wrong? Activision Blizzard. Alleging widespread gender-based discrimination and sexual harassment. Here's what you need to know. The lawsuit followed an investigation by the DFEH that began in 2018 in response to complaints from Activision Blizzard employees. ActiBliz disputes the allegations, saying the lawsuit's claims were distorted and in many cases false. 17 current former employees interviewed by the Post detailed a workplace culture where women faced multiple incidents of harassment from men in leadership positions and alcohol was free-flowing. Yeah, we're doing this front stuff, Crane. How's it going? The lawsuit alleges that J. Allen Brack, the president of Blizzard Entertainment, was personally aware of employee complaints of sexual harassment directed at men with senior positions at the company. It also alleges he did not effectively mitigate those issues. Brack stepped down from his position as president on August 3rd, which was just nothing, you know. Enjoy that luck, Festa. The same day, Activision Blizzard confirmed that an executive in Blizzard's Human Resources Department was no longer with the company. Why does my lurk command, for some reason, target the emote that's being posted after it? Anyway. In response to the lawsuit and the ensuing statements of company leaders, ActiBliz employees wrote an open letter to the company's leadership on July 26th. I can't read. I think the vaccine's hitting me pretty hard and my ability to speak is going out the window for some reason. Rebuking them what they perceive to be an abhorrent and insulting response to the lawsuit. Employees also organized a walkout on July 28th. Several sponsors for ActiBliz-run esports leagues pulled back from advertising. Didn't that include Red Bull? I think that included Red Bull. The Post reported August 5. Content creators on Twitch and YouTube who often feature games made by ActiBliz have wrestled with how to approach the topic on their streams and videos. Don't use their content. Legal experts are interested in the outcome of the lawsuit, noting that DFEH is highly selective in the cases it chooses to fight in court, and that the suit could set a precedent for California labor law. And yeah, we've sort of been following the story. We've been going on with this story. It doesn't seem to end. For a while there, for like a solid week after the original case came to light, there was like more news every single day, it seemed like. Yeah, they hired a Bush-era torture apologist as chief compliance officer. They really did. There's like 3 to 4 newish companies that sprang from Blizzard over the last 2 years. Now every one of those new tiny companies is suspect. Well, yay, video games industry. Why do you think I don't stream games that often? Actually, let's talk for a minute about the fact that I am going to be... Oh, do you mean my Twitter notifications, Looper? Is that what you were talking... Okay, I see. Yeah. I think I see what you mean. Anyway, it's okay. We'll come back to it in a minute. We'll come back to that in a minute. I was going to talk about... What was I gonna say? I forget what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, Friday streams. We do gaming on Friday streams, and at the moment I'm doing the Outer Wilds. I'm doing Outer Wilds as my Friday gaming stream. Sorry, and once I'm done with that, I've realized I have not finished Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice. I've done a single run of it, but I want to complete it. I want to get 100%. So in preparation for Elden Ring, I think what we're gonna do after we finish Outer Wilds, which we've still got a fair chunk of. I'm going to start streaming Sekiro on Fridays to try to get that 100% trophy. Which will be fun, which will be difficult, but at the same time, I've got my platinum trophies for Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, and... is that it? Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and Bloodborne. Yeah. There's not another one in there I'm missing, am I? I haven't got Demon Souls. So... I can't think of it, no, but yeah. I want to get the Sekiro Platinum Trophy, so we're going to do that. We're going to do some Sekiro. But that's not going to be for at least a few weeks while we finish Outer Wilds first. Vaccine makes braining hard. I think that and the alcohol's probably, yeah, not doing a whole lot. Do not fucking want to be as large as you, because fuck, your chat scrolls way too much. They really do. And I become intimidated because, like, I want to keep up with everybody, but sometimes I can't. It's crazy in here. It gets absolutely wild sometimes. I'm intimidated. But I love it. I love all of you. You're all amazing. A lot of things in life don't look as fun if you're trans. That's why we need trans people in higher positions. That we do. That we do. We need more marginalized people in higher authority positions to make the changes necessary to protect those marginalized people. But we know there's a reason that doesn't happen. Because actual diversity threatens the white ethno-state or something like that. I don't fucking know. Patriarchy bad. Alright? It is. When a streamer gets an average of over 100, I stop following. I plan to get to an average of over 100 at some point. I mean, I do get it, though. I do understand from a certain perspective, like having a small, tight-knit community can be fun, you know? But I mean, I plan to pursue this as a career, whether on Twitch or beyond Twitch. I plan to pursue this whole broadcasting thing going beyond this. If I could get into like a radio casting position, you know, where I actually have like my own radio show that's sponsored by advertisers and we play music and shit. I don't fucking know. If I could get into being a popular, well-known political commentator, I'm down for that shit. That's the job I want. That's the gig. And we're in this position right now where I'm like, if I could get to the level of, say, Pixel Smixel, goals, or Bad Bunny, there's a few. Hassan. Could I hit Hassan levels? Probably not. Anyway, as a cishet white guy, I'm doing my part by being unemployed. Use a juicer for maximum brain juice extraction from your brain cells. The best way to get the juice is to get on the gear, bruh. Start juicing, start doing the steroids. Get huge, get jacked. For me, it's how fast chat moves and how attentive the streamer is to chat. I've seen a few 500 plus streamers who still have chats I can keep up with. Yeah, like, I mean, I was watching, oh, hang on, let me, where is it? Coffee link with Botwick doesn't work. Let me see. Oh, yeah, it's the wrong link. I haven't updated it. Let me fix that. It should say, why does it still say that? It should be this one. So that was the timer about coffee, wasn't it? Let me see what that one is. I swear I have fixed that numerous times over. Yeah. Sorry, that was my bad. There we go. Try that again. At any rate. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, the rogue bitch is no longer the thing. What's my... I think my actual PayPal is out of... my income number down there is actually not up to date. No, it's not. It needs to be updated. We're actually pretty significantly beyond that. Let me quickly change that because that goal is outdated. Donate to the Mummy Milkers Fund today. I'm still working on getting the titties done. Although I have talked about the fact that, you know, I really would like to buy some production equipment, but I can't do that. What's wrong with Bad Bunny? I think it's hilarious how she pisses so many people off. It's great. You go, Queen. Fuck yeah. Her and the right-wing twats have harassed several of my friends till they just, like, either deleted their Discord or Twitter or Twitch or YouTube. She's a left-wing commentator, though. Hello, Darknet Hitman. How you going? By the way, go show Antipodian Squid some love as well. Ooh, The World Ends With You. What's that one? Like, she was formerly... She has mentioned in the past. Did that update? Hang on. I don't think that updated. Let me check. Part of her persona online, at least, is that she used to be slipping down that alt-right pipeline, according to her own wording. But what exactly... What it makes you say she's fake left, though? But, like, a lot of what I've seen regarding her has been that she's dramatically changed her attitude in recent times. And people can't cope with that, so they constantly try to drag her by bringing up old stuff. You know, heard that she's been racist and transphobic with the screenshots were contextless enough, and they're from like 2018. A lot of the time they bring up stuff that's several years old, and she's realized, or at least as far as I can tell, you know, she's realized the issue with those statements and has rebuked them, or like, gone. What's the phrase I'm looking for? Like, she's gone back on those opinions and stuff. Like, people can change. That is a thing that can happen. Have a hard time with her energy. I mean, yeah, I can get that too. It's why I've stopped watching, like, Barjo, for example. I do like Barjo. I do like excessive profanity as well. And even, like, I love Jordan Raskopoulos, but sometimes I don't have the energy to keep up with those much more energetic streams. You know. Recanted, that's the word I'm looking for, yeah. Thank you. Has she actually Or has she learned to stop sharing those views? I mean, given she's got a pretty pro-trans stance now, and pretty pro-BIPOC stance now, it seems as though she has recanted and from those viewpoints and has dramatically shifted. Like, if anyone cared, I would publicly recant things. Yeah, I used to have some pretty toxic views about, for example, I used to be pretty staunchly fatphobic. I used to be pretty transphobic. I think there were some viewpoints I probably held a few years ago that were more than likely racist. And, I've moved back from those. There's a lot of reactionary culture that's very easily accessible to a lot of people who don't bother to look deeper into the discussion. So some people will adopt certain viewpoints because they seem rational and logical. And then it takes a lot of introspection and it takes a lot of analysis of those ideas to realize exactly what it is you're saying that's wrong and how you can change those perspectives. And who stabbed me with a needle? A nurse lady. A nice nurse lady. Still needs to make an open public apology. I think she has. I'm pretty sure she has. While some are real, there's a lot that were doctored. Yeah, that's another problem with screenshots on the internet. People can fake that shit easily. She streams almost every day. Yeah, she streams 5 days a week and takes Thursday, Friday off, I think. He used to think gender fluid was some silly thing that people made up, and those people were just confused. Literally, you want to know my worst trans take? You want to know my hottest trans take from a few years ago? I used to believe that there should be doctors working on a medication that people who are transgender should take so that they become like an antidepressant, basically, that transgender people should take to make them align with them, the gender assigned to them at birth. That was legitimately a viewpoint I held back in 2014, 2015, before I understood anything. Right? These things, these radical, stupid ideas are easy to seep into people's heads, like I was going to say a minute ago, from logical positions, rational positions, informed by things we've been taught to believe are reasonable and logical and all those kind of things. We look at those different issues, and then we look at, say, the trans discussion, and we think there's clearly solutions for other things. A lot of people will look at being trans as a mental illness legitimately, and will say, well, people can take antidepressants to fix their depression. That's not how antidepressants work, for the record. So why can't they just take a medicine to make them not trans, to just fix that mental illness? That's the stance, right? And a lot of people have those viewpoints. And then we take it to the race thing. There's a lot of, say, for example, BIPOC people living in poverty, living in piss-poor conditions, living in circumstances that will not allow them to get out of those circumstances. But we see people all the time that seemingly come from nothing and then rise up through the ranks and become successful. So then the narrative becomes, well, why can't those BIPOC people just pull themselves up by the bootstraps? Don't make the joke. A lot of those logical viewpoints seep into people's heads because they don't bother to think about the systemic issues associated with them, and then they dismiss any of the further discussion. They don't want to learn anymore because they've reached the logical conclusion. There's no further discussion to be had. Anyone who argues against them must be some radical SJW, right? That's the problem, right? And yeah, being trans is being trans is both a physical and mental issue, honestly, the way I see it. All sorts of antipsychotics, etc. None of them work. That's how we know it's not a mental illness. Exactly. It doesn't. The only thing that could work in the eyes of certain people, and I'm not saying this actually works, is the idea of conversion therapy, which is literally psychological and physical torture, which results in a trauma response that makes people not want to express their true identity for fear of facing more torture. It's the same thing like we were talking about the other night about child abuse. If certain people will beat their children until their children stop doing a bad thing because the child will learn to fear getting beaten. It's the same thing with conversion therapy. But people will look at it and they'll say, oh, look, the conversion therapy actually helped my child not be gay. But the reality is the child is worried about being electroshocked again if he kisses a boy, Anyway, I thought I knew because dysphoria sucked, and I was like, this will stop dysphoria so they can be happy. Yeah, by traumatizing them but traumatizing them is better than them being outright. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's relatable. I thought I could never understand NB people, but I'm NB now. Oh, Inky, have a good one. Sorry I missed you there. But yeah, like, the thing is, I knew I was trans since I was 15. So it's kind of wild to me, and maybe it was a form of internalized transphobia, most definitely. It was definitely a form of internalized transphobia when, during my mid-20s, I had that period of like, they should make a medicine that'll cure transgenders. And make them align with their... And like, the thing is, I had no reason to have that opinion. I had no reason to think of that. I had no reason to conceive of that idea because I wasn't around transgender people. I wasn't paying attention to the transgender discourse back in that time. Yes, I know it's HRT. But the idea behind the medication I was conceiving of in my head was significantly more dire and a fair bit eugenicist. The point I'm trying to make is that, you know, good people can be residing below the surface of bad ideas. And those people can realize those bad ideas and resolve those and come over to the side of good and just and nice and stuff. Need a dip, Looper Radio, have a good one. Splitting harder now, need to ground yourself before it reaches a level where it becomes dangerous for me. Sounds good. Calm yourself down, Looper, have a good one. Where are we? So, the box overnight, if I'm not in the right place mentally, I can't have sex without it being a trauma trigger. And they got Nala in a panic trying to kill herself. What's that about? Can't be in a small or restricted in any way. Oh, I see. Oh, I was going to say, what the hell am I hearing? I thought I was hearing something. I've got the music playing through my speakers, but it's on very, very low volume, so I can't hear it, but you can. That freaked me out for a second. Fuck. Good people can have shitty takes until they learn better. That's the point I want to make. Yes, exactly. She has only apologized to her community. What does that even mean? Does she need to glow? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is like, if somebody publicly apologizes on their stream, and I mean, they can post the clip or they can post whatever on Twitter as well. Like, Twitter is generally a more public platform. Like, I think if someone had a bad take and they wanted to apologize for it, like, my audience is going to be here on Twitch generally, but a tweet that I post can go viral, or like a number of people in this. If I have a bad take on stream, I can apologize for it on stream, fine. But generally speaking, on my stream, it's going to be my audience watching, the people who actually want to be here, because it's like long form content. It's people who want to watch the content. Don't get me wrong, there are definitely hate watchers out there, but on Twitter, it's far more likely you could post a twit longer and more people could see it. There'd be more visibility for it. I understand what you're saying, but can you agree that if every word was spelled backward, then Jesus wouldn't have invested in Apple due to the consistent decline in apples picked in the 1970s? Yes. No, she needs to directly apologize and make amends to those harmed by her actions. I mean, how do we know she hasn't, though? I don't know everything she's ever done. Like... Disarming Tinder profile tag. Oh gosh. Okay, so we've done the worker strike stuff, which is all good. What else is there? We could go back to what we were discussing earlier about the Trump's anti-sex internet crusade. There's more to this. Why is there a bunch of spaces there? What the fuck has happened in my document? Hello, Skylar. How's it going? There's an extension on that discussion if we want to talk about it. The UK failed with age verification for porn. Now Australia's trying it. This is an interesting one. Because we were talking about the porn thing earlier. If it was general comments made in general, does she need to invite every single trans person in the world onto stream to personally apologize? I mean, there's only like, what, 12 of us? Wouldn't take that long. It's a joke. It's a joke because we're a minority. I'm making them... Don't hate me. Don't clip that out of context and drag me. Trump is not going to bat for ace kids. Trump would rather asexual people didn't exist. Trump doesn't know asexual people exist. You've been listening for a while. How you going? How you going? Anyway, who remembers back in 2009 there was a thing about like Australia trying some internet safety bill? Internet, what was it? Let me find it. I think it was 2009. There was a bill back in, internet censorship in Australia. Let's come back to, was it 2009? I don't recall. Suicide Related Materials Offences Act. That's not what I want. It was like an internet filter thing they were trying to do in 2009. I think it was 2009. Was it this one? Proposed mandatory filtering legislation. This might be it. In October 2008, the governing Australian Labor Party proposed extending internet censorship to a system of mandatory filtering of overseas websites which are, or potentially would be, refused classification, or RC, in Australia. As of June 2010, legislation to enact the proposed policy had not been drafted. The proposal has generated substantial opposition, with a number of concerns being raised by opponents and only a few groups strongly supporting the policy. So yeah, it was like a broad internet censorship bill. That was the proposition was like safety, internet safety, filtering things so to protect the Australians. Trump is barely aware that his fail sons exist. Yeah, there's 11 of us. Sorry, there's 11. No. The reason I picked the number 12 as the joke, right? This is why it's funny. James Gunn tweeted this because the number 12 comes up fairly routinely in the MCU. And the reason the number... Sorry about bumping the mic. The reason the number 12 is hilarious, right? It's a good number for a joke. Is it is the highest single-syllable number you can use. So it's really easy to slip into a joke and make the joke punchy. Right? You know, brevity is the soul of wit and all that. So when you're telling a joke that's relating to a number of a thing, and you want that joke to have a statistic or whatever, it doesn't matter if it's accurate. 12 is a perfect number for it. Why can't the transphobes use that? Join the 12%. At least it's punchier. It's got brevity. What about 11? Fuck 11. Stop adding syllables where they're not necessary. Also, Soper and Pippa, yeah. My grandmother said Trump loves the trans and would never want anything bad for them. Also, should add she was crying when she said fuck 11. We are currently at Fallout 76 viewers. 11 sounds like a forbidden number. I mean, if you want to be pedantic, it kind of is. The only thing Trump is aware of is his daughter for horrible European royalty reasons. Fuck, I hate thinking about Trump and his dick. Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh. I'm gonna vomit. Not because of the alcohol. Anyway, let's have a look at this. The UK failed with age verification for porn. Now Australia's trying it. Australia's eSafety Commissioner Julie Inman-Grant hopes to take the public along with her as her office explores how to implement a scheme that would prevent anyone aged under 18 from accessing online pornography. It comes as Ms. Inman-Grant acknowledged that using the federal government's own digital ID system for verifying people's ages, as agreed in principle by the government, would be unpopular. Recommended by a bipartisan parliamentary committee in February last year, the eSafety Commissioner is now leading the development of an implementation roadmap for the so-called age verification regime. After the coalition government announced in June it would be tasking her office with researching it, consulting with industry, and reporting back. Also in June, the coalition government agreed in principle to using the government's digital identity scheme to verify the ages of people accessing pornography, but said a roadmap will be developed to determine whether this is actually necessary, and this could take up to 18 months. Ms. Inman-Grant's office began consultation with industry in mid-August and is not expected to report back to government until next year, when an election is likely. If it's recommended the scheme goes ahead, it is bound to be controversial. In the UK, a similar scheme was dumped following technical troubles and concerns from privacy advocates. Excuse me. Hello, have you got your porn license, laddie? Speaking to Innovation Oz in an interview last week, Ms. Inman Grant said she was exploring different systems for age verification. Excuse me. No, you're welcome. Enjoy that one. Smells great. I think the vast majority of Australian adults probably, wouldn't want to use a government-owned digital identity system to access online pornography, she said. But there are tons of verification vendors out there, literally hundreds, that are kind of emerging, that are kind of emerging. That doesn't make sense. That are offering different systems. Are they emerging or are they not? What are they doing? They're kind of emerging. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does kind of mean? Anyway. While the UK scheme failed, Ms. Inman Grant said she was trying to actually bring the public along with her for the Australian proposal to work. Oh, it's raining. I don't think they brought the public along, she said, of the UK's attempt. What does that mean? What does that mean? Bring the public along. Yeah, I'm sure the public is really going to be on board with you policing their internet activity. Because, the response to all of the lockdowns and the mask mandates and the vaccine mandates and all of that has been going so swimmingly for you so far. Like how TERFs are kind of feminist, but not really. They're not feminist. They're fascist. There were too many concerns about the proposed methods that they were using. They weren't secure and they weren't private and they were using Pornhub and credit cards for age verification. In the end, the government pulled it right before the last election, so maybe there was a political dimension to it. There was a lot of very hot debate there. Very hot debate. When we're talking about pornography. Nice choice of words. We're going to try and learn from that experience. If UK citizens didn't have a credit card, there was also a proposal to allow people to buy a porn pass. Age verification document from a newsagent. You got your porn pass? The scheme failed in the UK because of a couple of reasons, Ms. Inman Grant said. One was that they were intending to use credit cards as tokens, and they weren't designed that way. Another was because the UK was entrusting Pornhub to run the age verification system, and who's going to trust Pornhub to have all that private data? Does it work like Games Pass? If you don't balance the privacy, the security, and the safety imperatives, it's not going to work, she said. If you're creating a honeypot of really sensitive information, it's not going to work. Don't forget, at the same time as implementing the verification in the UK, the government was trying to make loads of kinks illegal to consume media of, including most of BDSM, WS, and cunnilingus. Of course. Tremendous timing on their part. As part of her research into making the Australian scheme work, she said her office was looking at how technology has evolved, including by looking at blockchain, biometrics, and facial recognition. Gee, that's not terrifying. There are age verification solutions that are out there that use biometrics and facial recognition, she said. We're not saying we will go there at all. We're assessing the technologies that are out there and the tools that are out there and what we think the policy and the regulatory levers and groundwork needs to be. In addition to consulting via submissions, Ms. Inman Grant's office will also conduct roundtables, including with the sex industry, and speak with a lot of vendors who will want to sell their wares, she said. Following this, a recommendation will be made to the government, she said. The government could either say, yes, we take that and we think that's a good idea, we're going to legislate around those lines, or they can say, we'll note it, or they could say, no, we're not going to accept this for one reason or another. So we have about 12 months to do this work. Some people think that's too long. I think it's going to be tight. My focus is on getting it right. Let's get a blockchain orgy going. You found it. What do you find? You just donated $1,000 to a hot tub Twitch streamer. Go to horny jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $2 million. Or £2 million by the look of it. Whatever, doesn't matter. The face sitting protest was funny. Loads of women turned up and had a mass face. That's fucking hilarious. Let's come back. The horny jail security card. The UK government said face sitting was considered an extreme fetish, and yet somehow the Tories are the ones with all the sex scandals. Not me being British and having to obtain a porn pass. Not 12 minutes in a pornography topic. I know. I watched Jessie Gender's video on 12 minutes, where she basically spoils the whole game, so I don't really have much interest in playing it anymore. And just without spoiling it, it really comes across as though the wife character, i.e. Daisy Ridley, is not a character but a prop. And it's really just honestly, like, given everything I've heard about the game 12 minutes, it sounds like a really disturbing narrative, not for the intended reasons. It sounds like a really disturbingly misogynistic narrative, specifically. Like, it's... Given, like, I don't know. I wanted to play it because I'd heard a bit of the controversy around it. And now I look at it and I know that, like... Not now that I know the details, I'm just kind of like... Not that I would be necessarily supporting the devs if I installed it from Game Pass, but... You know, I just have a sub to Game Pass to begin with, but still, it wouldn't even launch for me anyway. I was going to stream it on Discord a couple of weeks ago, and it wouldn't launch, so whatevs. You know, that whole thing, watched a full playthrough, and she is a prop, and it's about her, but how it affects him. Yeah, it's like... It doesn't seem like... I don't know. I don't know what to say about it because I haven't played it, but... Maybe I'll watch a playthrough just to get the full context, but just based on Jessie Gender's video, I'm like, this seems like a really iffy, really awfully written game. Might be a very good game on its own merits, on its other merits, but, you know... For a hot minute, I thought Cunnilingus was a fucking STI because Ashniko sings, I gave your girlfriend Cunnilingus on my couch. The thing that sucks... Okay, let's stick with 12 minutes for a second as a topic. The thing that sucks is that I like 12 minute... I like time loop narrative, sorry. Spoilers. The game is about a time loop. I think it actually tells you that in the game's description, but anyway. I really love time loop narrative, so I want to play more time loop games. And I know Deathloop is supposed to be the same kind of thing. So anytime I hear about a time loop game, I'm like, give me that shit directly into my fucking veins. But, you know, if it's treating women like an object, like literally just like an object to be mistreated, I don't really want to support that. Anyway, you like the concept of the game, but not to spoil it, but you felt it got worse and worse. Yeah, like based on what I watched of Jessie Gender's video, I watched the whole video, like I didn't, but... Based on what she said, is it just kept spiraling and spiraling. It's like, you thought it was bad before, wait till you get to the next story beat. Like, it's really unsettling. Fairly offline person, so sorry for the question in advance, but what is this join the percent language? Okay, so, here, let's start with some context. No one interrupt me. You can talk amongst yourselves, but just, like, let me explain the context before we get into the full thing. There was a survey conducted on transgender people, I believe in the UK, a little while ago. I don't know how many years ago. A little while ago. That surveyed about 600 or 6,000 transgender people and asked them the question, had they ever considered committing suicide? And 41% of them answered yes, they had considered committing suicide. Right? I don't think the survey had any other contextual questions, so it's just literally asking the question, have you ever considered committing suicide? I don't think it's a stretch to say a significant portion of members of society have considered it, have contemplated suicide. Okay, so what that was extrapolated to was trolls on the internet adopted that number and said 41% of transgender people commit suicide. And as a result, it has become a common transphobic trolling tactic to say join the 41%, implying that 41% of trans people kill themselves, when the actual statistic is from a survey asking living transgender people if they had ever contemplated it. So the statistics that they're using for that trolling attempt are incorrect, are factually wrong. So it's a nonsense bit of trolling that's just basically telling trans people to kill themselves. Right? Not very clever, but trolls are not very clever to begin with. What if KYS but dog whistly? I mean, yeah. 12 minutes has Willem Dafoe in it, so it's automatically good. Oh, no, it's not. Willem Dafoe is great, and so is, who's the other guy? I forgot what his name is. Professor X. And I mean, I don't hate Daisy Ridley, but I mean, I do hate the fact that she was given a role where she's just an object yet again. James McAvoy, yeah. He was really good in Split. Who watched Split? That was good. That was fucking good. Since when have transphobes ever cared about being factually correct? True. I have to shoot off as it's almost time to show your face. Have a good one, Izzy. I loved Split. I tried to go back and watch Unbreakable, though, which is, technically speaking, the movie that came before that. Couldn't get through it. Very different kind of movie from a very different kind of time. If you didn't know they were starring, you wouldn't be able to tell. You wouldn't be able to pick James or Daisy. Yeah, based on the footage I've seen, they don't really sound particularly stand out. Willem Dafoe has a standout voice. He's a very iconic voice, but yeah, quite honestly, I wouldn't be able to pick McAvoy or Ridley. But yeah, like I'm gonna just bring this back around again. I really feel like Daisy Ridley is seemingly a very talented actress who keeps getting given really bad roles. Like, I think she's got a lot of potential, but like the Star Wars casting probably fucked her up a bit for role choices. There's probably a lot of expectation on her shoulders now. And she got the starring role in the worst Star Wars trilogy. I've heard good things about Road 96. I may give it a crack at some stage. Is it weird that when you mentioned Professor X, I thought of Patrick Stewart? That'd be good. Get Patrick Stewart back in video games. He was the voice of the Emperor in Oblivion.
Thank you.
Alexia, thank you for the sub
membership.
for 4 months. Currently on a 3-month streak. Thank you so kindly. Welcome back in. How you doing? Ah, good things heard. Playing Psychonauts 2. I actually bought Psychonauts 1 on Steam for like $2 recently. It was on dramatically low sale, like 90% off. And I picked it up. I haven't played it. I think I've installed it. I haven't played it yet. I might actually stream that on Discord soon. And then play Psychonauts 2 at some stage. Because I know Psychonauts 2 is on Game Pass, I think. I might have even installed it on Game Pass. You don't really have to play the first to get the second? Oh, okay. If you want a potentially good game idea, do you want to play a strategy game where your leader is a Goth Dom Dragon? A Chinese Goth Dom Dragon? Maybe? Maybe. It sounds kind of neat. What game is that? You know what I'm really interested in, which I know some of you probably aren't, is Black Myth Wukong, which looks to be very cool.
I see you've brought guests.
Hey, guide to
Welcome,
backseating. Welcome
friends.
to the Rogue Room, folks. I want to play Black Myth Wukong, which is based on the classic 16th century Chinese novel Journey to the West, but it's a Souls-like. Sounds fucking cool. The Monkey King one, yeah. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to the Rogue Room. How was your stream? What did you get up to tonight? Tell us all about it, would you kindly? While I set my lights to pretty rainbow colors. What's happening? Yeah, it sounds really cool. Like there's a few gameplay videos up and trailers. Looks really good. In an interview with IGN China, Game Science said they plan to release Black Myth Wukong by 2023. Aims to release the game for PC as well as mainstream consoles. Will be sold as a one-time purchase with possible DLCs. There we go. Is this Journey to the West? Well, I mean, yeah, it is. This is quite a direct interpretation of Journey to the West. And as someone who loved what she played of Enslaved Odyssey to the West, I very much like exploring that narrative again. Doing an art stream? Ooh, very pog, very cool. What kind of art? What kind of art were you doing? So what did you send us a video of? Oh, Black Myth Wukong. Yeah. It looks really good. I won't play any gameplay footage, I don't think. I don't want to do that. Thought you'd introduce the gang to us. Well, welcome in, gang. Welcome to the Rogue Room. My name is Abigail Beck. I am a political commentator, or social commentator, or I'm something. I don't know what I am. Most days I have no clue what I am. I just talk about things. For like 4 hours straight, I just yap. I just go on and on and on and on. Posted a link a bit earlier. What'd you post? Here we go. The Dawn of Grand Cathay. Total War Warhammer 3. Oh, so there's another Total War coming, is there? Is Total War Warhammer 3 already out and they've just released a new expansion? I don't know. Hey Empress, how's it going? Here's the weird thing, right? I'm probably not going to watch any videos tonight because there's more stories I want to talk about and I don't want to waste any time. We'll get back to our regular colors though, because I've got a bit of a headache because I got stabbed in the arm with a needle recently. And I don't want to make it worse by having the lights changing colors rapidly. Anyway. Here's the thing. Yeah, I've got a bit of Warhammer 40k stuff sitting around, but I've never been huge into Warhammer. Generally speaking, I played a bit of Kings of War, which is a tabletop fantasy role-playing game, which is basically Warhammer Light, basically a Warhammer knockoff, which was fun, which was good. I played Undead. I sucked at it, but I've got lots of dice now. I own a lot of dice and a few miniatures. But yeah, I never got super into like the Warhammer thing. I remember really enjoying Warhammer 40k Space Marine as a video game. That was fucking good. That was really, really good. Unreasonably fun game, that one, honestly. It was like if they had Gears of War, but they turned off the cover system and you could just swing your sword around like crazy. It was so badass. Loved it. Anyway, yeah, Smudge is gone now. He took off. Oh, so yeah. I hope your art went well. I hope it went well. Warhammer 3 is coming out early 2022. Okay. I forget who it was that said this to me earlier. Hang on. Forget who said this to me earlier, but someone said to me, what was it? They said, "Oh, you're a nerd that hasn't played D&D." And I'm like, "What? Is that surprising?" A trans nerd, specifically a trans nerd. You're a trans nerd who hasn't played D&D? Like, I am specifically a Souls tran. Okay, let's clarify for the record. Doge is watching stream. Ooh, does he like all the pretty colors? Gotta make sure to get that trans in. Yeah, I'm like, well, no, I actually, unironically, I've never played D&D. I've played a bit of tabletop for a while there, but I never got super into it. And I never got into one of, like, the major tabletop franchises, which would have been, yeah, like Dungeons & Dragons, Warhammer, or any of those kind of things. I'm just, like, I'm honestly not interested in them. I don't mind a board game every now and then, but I don't like the idea of getting stuck into a huge, long campaign, because then it's a commitment, and I struggle with commitments. You know, anyway. Hey, cutie. Hello, Gunky. How's it going? Playing D&D helped you discover you were trans? Yeah, maybe I should have gotten into it earlier. Demand Andrew guests my ass. I mean, it could happen. Could happen. You've never actually touched D&D? Yeah, I was interested in playing Pathfinder for a while, but I never actually did it. And now I'm just kind of like not invested enough in the concept. I think I've just got too much going on. Like, once lockdown's over, I'm going back to skateboarding. Like, I'm going to start walking down to the skate park almost daily, skating for a bit, skating home or walking home. And then I'm going to get back into playing guitar soon. I want to just, like, there are things I want to fill my time with, and I don't think I have time for D&D in that little schedule. Learning how to skate. I'm still learning how to skate, honestly. I'm not a good skater. I suck at it. It actually will, Phenomenon. It actually will be my proper first time skating as myself. Because last time I was at the park, I was still sort of boy moding pretty much. So nowadays, I'm much more my true self. And once the park's open again, I'm going down there. I'm gonna shred. I don't have time for sleeping and social contact. I mean, yeah, no one has time for social contact. We're in lockdown. Also, I look so ratty. Holy fuck. Gonna make a great figure. I hope so. I want to get back on the ramps. I miss riding the ramps. But the problem is I can't air out of them. I can get up the ramps. I can revert down the ramps. I can manual a little bit and I can ollie a little bit. But I want to get into, you know, being able to ollie while moving. I want to be able to board slide. Like, there's a lot I have not yet done. And there's a lot of technique that I have not nailed down. A lot of it I've probably forgotten how to do. I can get the board moving and I can stay on it for a reasonable length of time. Like, I don't just stack it when I stand on the board, you know. I can stay on the board. I can move around and all that. And there's a good, really smoothed out parking lot nearby that's, you know, pretty easy to skate around. There's not like a bunch of little rocks and all that sort of thing. So, you know, the skateboard doesn't fall over. I don't stand on the board. Sucking leads to more fun. Well, I mean, yeah, sucking is the first step to not sucking. Precisely. Like, that's the thing. There's another way to phrase that, but basically, yes. Sucking at something is the first step to being kinda good at something, you know? I think I'm kinda good at streaming. I don't know, you might disagree, but I think I'm kinda good at streaming. Maybe, a little bit. So, actually recently drove to an IKEA parking lot at 1 a.m. with my best friend to roller skate. Here we go, hot off the press. Is this going to bring my tab up or what? Here we go. I'm hella good, thank you. Any East Asian media is this Journey to the West. At least Black Myth Wukong actually is Journey to the West. And Enslaved Odyssey to the West was an American-designed game based on Journey to the West. Tried skateboarding once as a kid, immediately face planted and gave up. That's the hard thing for me too, and I don't have much protective gear, which I really should fix. I should remedy that problem. It's an unironic issue that I have, is that I'm fearful of injuring myself. I don't want to cause myself an injury because there are a number of other things that I use my body for. I don't want to be laid up for like 6 weeks with a broken leg or something. You know, I really, really would like to get into skateboarding and do it for a while. Oh yeah, Jake the dog gives a piece of worldly advice. Yeah, that one. You guys can watch it. I'm not gonna put any more copyrighted content. No matter what it is, I'm not gonna put any copyrighted content on my stream. Yeah, like that's the thing, is like, in order to get really good at these kind of things, it's very likely you're gonna have to break a bone or a few to get good at it. And I don't want to waste the time being laid up with an injury. But at the same time, I really want to get good at skateboarding. I'd love to post some clips on my Instagram of kick flips and, you know, nose slides and all that sort of stuff. And some sick, nasty bails, hell yeah. But I'm also 32. I'm old, you know. Not that I can't do it. Not that I couldn't spend the next 10 years getting good at skating. I could, very well. But, you know, it's a chore. You know, it's a choice. Actually got quite a few friends in Oz who frequent the Bondi Beach skate park and river slide. Oh, that's cool. There's a few neat little parks around me, including one indoor park, which is pretty good. They got some big ramps. But it's not, like, given it's locked down at the moment, you can't go to places like that, which sucks. You know. Have I seen Bacon Pancakes sync with Empire State of Mind? Yeah. Yeah, that's an old one. Yeah, I agree. That's been around. That's been around a couple of times or maybe more. Use my body for things, so I don't want to hurt myself. Like a reasonable person, meanwhile me, I can't tell when I'm seriously injured because of chronic illness, so I shouldn't do risky things. Roller derby. Yeah, like, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, mainly my big issue is that I'm going to break a leg, or I'm going to break a wrist or a shoulder bone or something coming down hard, going to give myself a concussion or whatever. And I like to lift almost every day. So I like to be doing my physical fitness regimen. And if I have to stop doing that, that's a huge cut to my mental health. So that's where I'm like hesitant to, you know, try anything particularly dangerous. Even though I have like pulled my back on deadlift twice. Which is bad. It's really bad. Actually make levels for a skateboarding game? Oh, really? What game is it? I always wanted to get into gymnastics since I've transitioned, and I always feel like that train drove off for me. Should have learned as a kid, and the fear of injuries, etc. Yeah. Me is physically disabled. Also, me runs marathons sometimes. It's like that though. Oh, Skater XL. Yeah, I know of Skater XL. I've been meaning to try it. I don't know how keen I am on it, but there is a skateboard gaming YouTuber. I forget what his name is right now. Oh, Rad Rat, who I watch, and he's done a video on it, and he gave it sort of a middling review, I think. But it seems like a really cool concept. I am intrigued by it. I don't have any protective gear, which is what I'm going to need to invest in. It's a lot of money to buy like a helmet and wrist pads and knee pads, elbow pads, all of that. Oh, I love Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. It's really good. I mean, the remake was good too. Like, if you like Tony Hawk, the remake of Tony Hawk 1 and 2 was really good. But at the same time, Activision. And also the company that made it was dissolved into another company after that. So we're not probably going to get a Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 DLC or 4. And the game is effectively dead. You know, they're not going to add any more content to it, which sucks. Helmets are actually useless at saving you. How so? Excel's a game that's only good once you've tweaked it to how you want it to feel. Yeah, which is tricky. Puts a lot of onus on the gamer. You know, puts a lot of responsibility on the person to make the game comfortable for themselves, which is, you know, how many people are going to launch a game for the first time and want to spend ages tweaking the settings to make it feel as comfortable as possible, you know? I mean, that kind of thing works for an RPG where you can slowly understand the game's mechanics and start to build a specific character build or what have you around that. But if the game from the outset expects you to tweak every little detail before you can even get into the satisfying gameplay, I think that's going to turn a lot of people off, unfortunately, and leave that kind of game in a niche. Yeah. There's been speculation about a new Infamous. God, I fucking hope so. They need to bring back Fetch. Why do you think I'm dressed like this? They need to bring back Fetch. I want to replay Infamous First Light. That was so good. They need to bring back Fetch from Infamous First Light. Give her a sequel. Give her her own full game, for fuck's sake. She deserves it. She's a fucking good character. And there's The Sims. What about The Sims? They did have a whole DLC surrounded to her. Like, she had her own standalone, kind of like Spider-Man Miles Morales almost. But, yeah. Hang on, The Sims. Flight Sims, welcome to the game. Here are 400 key mappings to learn or rebind. Exactly. Roll on Skate or Skate 4, whatever they want to call it. I can't wait. I don't know. Are they doing Skate? Oh, yeah, they are doing Skate 4, aren't they? They announced that, yeah. Oh, yeah, you tweet the fruit. I suppose you do. Yeah. Finished eating, and now I find that I have to fix stuff today because someone in this household is apparently completely unable to use a hammer. Oh, that sucks. A British brain surgeon says cycle helmets are too flimsy and can actually create more danger by creating the illusion of greater safety. I suppose that's possible. So hang on, you want to play Infamous 1 and 2 again but with the graphics upped? God, I would love that. Infamous 1 and 2 are great. Played a preview game, Embargo 2. Played through the whole thing. 10 hours before I realized there were difficulty settings. Under the impression that Australia is somewhat right-wing. It seems like at least the government is. Hard to say with regards to the population. I don't know what the statistics are there with regards to the political opinions of the populace. But it's hard to deny that, you know, the political system is definitely rigged in favor of a right-wing government. Actually impressive how great the most recent Infamous still looks. Yeah, I mean, Infamous First Light and Infamous Second Son are tremendously gorgeous games. I just wish that Infamous Second Son was kind of lackluster and it lost my interest after a while, but First Light kept me hooked throughout the entire experience. But First Light only takes place in like the first segment of the city, so given that I never got out of that first segment of the city as Delsin, I haven't seen anything beyond that first part. I know there's more of Seattle in Infamous Second Son that I just haven't seen yet. What fresh hell is this? I don't know. I mean, it's a political system. Of course it's rigged. You know, the government is right-wing here and most of the population is right-wing here. Well, it seems that way generally. I think the issue is not so much that the people are right-wing, which they may well be. It's more that Australians have a blasé, casual attitude about politics. A lot of the time, they're very... Patriotic is not the right word, but a lot of people are very like, I'm a true blue Australian. They also just kind of don't have much in the way of political attitudes, and the most people who are the most passionate politically I've met are left-wingers. Whereas the right-wingers don't really have much to commentate on. They're just kind of like, oh yeah, fucking government's fucked, but they'll say something racist. I don't know. You know, I couldn't give you a specific opinion on the populace's opinions of politics, whether they're right or left wing or centrist or what have you. It just seems like, from personal experience, a lot of people are very, very meandering, very, very what's the phrase I'm looking for? They're very I guess blasé works. Yeah, they're kind of the that kind of person who's like, I don't care about politics. I don't want to hear about it. You know, that attitude. Sarah, you're home. Oh my God, I'm so happy. I'm happy you're safe. Good. I hope you're safe. A lot of the UK doesn't know what a wing is. They just go along with the popular opinion. Well, yeah. Australia is better off than America. Maybe. I mean, yeah, Australia's got a lot of good systems, is the thing. Like, Australia has got a lot of good, progressive, arguably socialist systems. Our healthcare system, for example, which is under threat, don't get me wrong. Our healthcare system is quite good. Our welfare system is quite good. We even have some level of public housing here, which is not great. There are still homeless people, of course, but there is some degree of public housing in Australia. Not universal housing, like socialized housing. People can apply to be placed in public housing, which gives a roof over their heads, but it's not an ideal system. Problem is that the right wing has a very successful PR campaign blaming every problem on minorities instead of the actual cause. Yes. You're absolutely right. A friend from Australia actually told me the same. The politics suck and people come across right wing, but it's more so the Aussie humor, I guess. Yeah. That could be a way to look at it. Thank you for the head pat, Zara. Can I give you some head pats too? So you're nice and safe. Thank you for that. I shouldn't have used that arm. Fuck. Ow. I mean, depending on where you are in Australia, trans healthcare can vary, but for me personally, it was good. I have to head pat myself. Who else is gonna fucking do it? The cat? Squid, you can have head pats too. There you go. So, like, my basic... The way I got onto HRT, I'm on HRT, right? So I've been on HRT for nearly a year now. As of November, actually, I will have been on estrogen for a year. So I'm on 10 months right now. I basically went to my... hello, Smudge. Went to my GP, got a referral to a psychologist, went back to my GP. GP referred me to an endocrinologist. I went to the endocrinologist. I signed an informed consent form, and I was on testosterone blockers for 2 months. Then we switched it up, and I got onto both T blockers and estrogen. And then I've had continuing follow-up appointments to increase my estrogen dosage. So the only issue is, like, medical transition is seen as a not necessary expense generally, and only a part of it, I think, is covered by Medicare. So you're still up for a very significant cost for medical surgical transition, which I would like to get, but the cost is prohibitive for someone like me who's in a low income bracket, you know. So it sounds easy, but that's my experience in New South Wales. It could be different for other people in other areas. Thank you, Emmy, for the hugs, by the way. Like, I have read I do tend to keep an ear to the ground on medical, trans medical care in Australia. Sort of, not like overly, but you know. And I've read a few stories from trans folks in Australia that, what was I going to say? Like, some of them in different states or different areas of New South Wales even have dealt with certain transphobic doctors, for example, who do not want to recommend you go see an endocrinologist to get on HRT. They want to recommend other treatments, or they will not respect your identity, or those kinds of things. So that's more a case of dealing with individual medical professionals who might not understand the entire healthcare system with regards to transition. So yeah. But when they say other treatments, they might be thinking like, let's treat this as a mental disorder and put you on antidepressants or anti-anxiety or some other nonsense, is generally the story I've heard. I haven't heard much in the way of... well, there has been reports of conversion therapy in Australia with regards to queer and trans people. And if I'm not mistaken, there have been people trying to... Are there lawsuits here in Australia about it? I don't think so. Maybe that's an America thing. I don't know. All I know is that conversion therapy is a thing in Australia in some parts, and there has been legislation in parts of the world to try to shut it down. I don't know if that's happened in Australia or not. You have info on this? Thank you, Squid. I would appreciate it. But yeah, like, conversion therapy is often considered to be the alternative to transition, which is directly psychological and physical torture in most circumstances. Look at this cat. Can I, like... You're just sitting there. You're right. I think he's right. Don't care if you lose your mind. Okay, Jordan, have a good one. Conversion therapy, I don't think... Yeah, I think it was Victoria that made it illegal recently. Yes, but the thing about the legality of conversion therapy... Okay, here we go. So at the end of last year, Victoria passed the first anti-conversion therapy bill that made it illegal to send people to conversion therapy, not just in Victoria, but in other states. Hope conversion therapy is banned globally. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Because it's just a form of torture to try to normalize people who might be transgender, who might be gay or bi or any of those, you know. Gender and sex diverse people, generally speaking, are sent to conversion therapy to try to cure them. And there's also a similar treatment called ABA, or Applied Behavioral Analysis, which is effectively conversion therapy for autistic kids. It's to try to normalize those people, to make them cisgender or heterosexual or not autistic. So these methods often involve forms of verbal and physical abuse that are designed to correct a person's deviant behavior, essentially. And oftentimes they get sent away to conversion therapy camps that will, you know, Twisted Clockwork Orange style therapy, basically. Like ABA, what I've read about ABA is that there will be a therapist that sits with the autistic kid and tries to introduce them to behaviors and curb existing autistic behaviors that so they'll tell them, you know, don't behave like this or you'll receive some form of punishment, generally speaking. It doesn't matter how severe the punishment is. The idea behind it is to institute that abuse trauma response inside the person's mind, so that any time they embrace those kind of behaviors, they will have that trauma response. Hello, Grizzly Hands. How you going? Okay, so it is still technically legal in other states with the exception of distressing therapies like electroshock. The Victoria Bill also introduced religiously based conversion therapies, but all other states and territories still allow religiously based conversion therapy. Yeah, and that's the main thing, is a lot of the people who are in favor of conversion therapy are arguing for its inclusion in the law or what have you, arguing in favor of continuing to allow it to happen under the notion of religious freedom, which, you know, I don't know why religious freedom needs to include torture, but, you know, you can ask that question all the live long day and never get a satisfactory answer. To torture someone into the closet is so wrong. Yeah, and this is the thing. You're not going to torture a trans person into being cis. You're going to torture them into being repressed. They're still going to be trans. You're not going to make a trans person cis any more than you can make a cis person trans. You know, there is no trans agenda to turn cis people into transgenders. That's not happening. However, there is definitely a push to try to convert trans people into cis people, but the reality is it doesn't work. It just gives them trauma. Do I have an opinion on underage puberty blockers and teenage HRT? Well, generally speaking, I'm in favor of puberty blockers because they are entirely reversible. Or they're not entirely reversible. It's not the right wording. But, like, puberty blockers do not have a significant enough impact on a teenage child that can't be undone by them coming off puberty blockers. You know, if someone is having gender questioning thoughts and they want to go on puberty blockers to explore that as an avenue so that they are not affected by, like, some of the more significant impacts of their cis puberty, or, like, not cis, yeah, cis puberty is probably the best way to put it. Like, the puberty that aligns with the gender assigned to them at birth. Does that make sense? Like, so if a teenager wants to go on puberty blockers so they don't go through, like, say, a questioning teenage boy doesn't want to develop chest hair, facial hair, the broadening of the shoulders, the deepening of the voice and all that. If they want to go on puberty blockers to prevent those kind of things, it's incredibly low risk. Yeah, it's an incredibly low risk thing. And then, like, once they come off it, if they feel they need to, if they still feel like cis at the end of it, they might they can still go on, like, testosterone supplements, for example, until they're back to, you know, standard puberty levels. Or, of course, the upside is that if they are actually a trans child, then they can then go on HRT, usually later in their teenage years. Like, people as young as, say, 13, 14 are not generally getting on, like, estrogen or testosterone. They'll probably wait till the child is anywhere between 16 and 19, and they're not having any kind of surgical intervention until they're 18 or over. The Australian Christian lobby has been rallying and lobbying based on the grounds of religious persecution and are fear-mongering in New South Wales and Queensland in particular of it could happen here, and if you dare try to do the right thing, you'll go to jail. They should go to jail. It's not the right thing to torture people. Stay here. What religion preaches about torture? It's never about the actual religion is the thing. It's all just about harming people and maintaining a status quo. You know, based on the Victoria Bill resulting in parents who send their kids to conversion therapy being faced with up to 10 years jail time, they and clinics being fined up to $10,000 even if outside Victoria. Thank you for that, Squid, by the way. Thank you so much. Oh, Zeria Ethernet came. Yes, good shit. Hell yes. So basically, puberty blockers prevent a kid from going through puberty. Right? They'll still grow. They'll still get taller. Like, you know. Generally speaking, they'll still have other puberty effects, but I think is it called secondary sex characteristics? Do I have that correct? The things where, like, you know, testosterone or estrogen start really taking hold and making those significant changes that lead to gender dysphoria in a big way. So I have a ton of dysphoria around facial hair in particular and body hair, namely on my chest. So, you know, I deal with that in as many ways as I can. I was getting laser facial hair removal when we weren't in lockdown, but, you know. So, have I seen the movie Boy Erased about a young boy forced by parents to attend a camp that's supposed to turn gay men straight? I have not, but I might check that out. Secondary sex characteristics equals mommy milkers. Well, yeah, like if there's a trans girl, taking puberty blockers would prevent facial hair growth, chest hair growth, broadening of the shoulders, deepening of the voice, growth of the Adam's apple generally, certain elements of bone development as well. And then for potential trans men, it would, restrict breast growth. What else would it do for trans men? I don't know. I'm not sure on that one. Anyway. At any rate, yeah, the blockers, the reason that trans people are so in favor of puberty blockers is because I dare say, the hips. A significant number of trans people knew when they were kids or teenagers. I knew when I was a teenager. And if I had the option to go on puberty blockers when I was younger, if I had the courage to come out to my mother when I was a teenager, I would have transitioned a lot younger. I would have transitioned when I was like teens, late teens, early 20s. You know, but I didn't. I was scared. So I didn't do it. And it took me a lot, like I went through a significant period of gender repression and all of that kind of thing till I eventually came out last year. So, whole thing. And menstruation, yeah. There we go. Thank you, folks. Was there ridiculous craze over Laurel Hubbard in Australia? Honestly, I don't know, because the Olympics happened in lockdown. So here in Australia, like, we're not really having many big social discussions. I suppose there was probably a bit of the same social media furor over any of these kind of things, but like, for example, I'm not going out and talking to people. I'm not going to like the workplace or the pub or wherever you would normally go to socialize, because we're in pretty heavy lockdown at the moment, so not a lot of people are actually socializing and talking about things. The Olympics was kind of weird to watch this year, too silent. I didn't watch it. I'm never really interested in the Olympics. I mainly comment on sports and the politics surrounding them, especially with regards to trans people, because it pisses off transphobes, and that's hilarious. Yeah, we got Kitty. He's a kitty. I wish I had checked out the skateboarding events, though. It sounds like it was really good. I would have loved to have seen that. You would think the powerlifting would have appealed to me, but I'm not that interested in powerlifting, actually. That is a kitty. That is Smudge. He's just sitting here. What you doing? Kitty's so tired from this exhausting life. He's my best plushie. Oh my god. I've got to do something with this hair. Before I stream tomorrow, I don't wash my hair till Friday. This looks awful. Like, I'm sorry to be so pedantic about this, but I fucking hate how it looks right now. I'm seeing this stringy look, and I'm like, ugh. I don't like it. Put a clip on it? I should put a clip on it. It's Jesse Faden cosplay. I haven't played Control. I need to play Control because I really like Alan Wake, and I'm so keen for the fact that they are, what's it called? Remastering Alan Wake. I'll probably pick that up if I ever get a PS5. Hello, Harmony. How you going? I love Alan Wake. Such a fucking good game. Would I ever color it? I unironically want to color my hair silver or white, just white. I've been meaning to for ages. But it's very expensive to do so when you're a brunette. So, and yeah, there's an Alan Wake DLC for Control as well, which sounds really cool. I really want to try it out. I want to play Control. I want to play Alan Wake. I've played a bit of Tell Me Why. I haven't finished it. I did play a bit of Tell Me Why when it was free for Pride Month. I should go back and finish that at some stage because I really enjoyed it. And yeah, on Friday we are finishing. Well, we're not finishing. We're going to play more of the Outer Wilds. But yeah, I am keen on the Alan Wake remaster. Although I am one of those people that's like, we really don't need more remasters of things. I'm one of those people that's like, do we need a remaster of all these games? I would rather they just, we know why they're doing it. Because people are going to pay for it. It sucks. Oh yeah, Outer Wilds DLC. Hell yes. When is that coming out? Because, at the moment, every Friday we're doing Outer Wilds as our stream game. But there is a DLC on the horizon. I'd like to see a remaster of Ape Escape. I mean, that's a good idea. 2 weeks. 2 weeks for the DLC. Okay. Can I finish the game before the DLC comes out, I wonder? Can I finish Outer Wilds before the DLC comes out? Yeah, like I'd like to, like Ape Escape is one of those ones where I'm like I'd let that one pass. I'd let Ape Escape remake pass. That'd be allowed through. But why are they remaking Dead Space? Why are they remaking Dead Space? I have been transitioning for about a year now. Harmony. Medically for about... Well, technically medically transitioning for about a year. I've been out as trans since August last year. Yeah. And then I started medically transitioning in September of last year. Yeah. Not that it matters, but anyway. Anyway, what was I going to say? Yeah, I'm totally on board Phenomenon with new original concepts and ideas, but all we get is nostalgia. Yeah. I'm a bit sick of it. I'm okay with remastering PS1 games, doing Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon. Cool. But yeah, why do we need a remake of Dead Space? Why are they remaking a game that still holds up today? There's no reason for it at all. They could take that studio and create a new horror concept. I mean, yeah, I do agree with what you've said there, Sammy. People apparently like single-player horror. It's good. The feeling of isolation you get with single-player horror is really good. And yes, Zera, absolutely play more Spyro for us. Yes, I enjoyed that. But give us a new single-player horror experience. Don't remake Dead Space of all games. It came out 13 years ago. It's not old enough to justify it. Stupid. And yeah, the hormones are definitely working. Yeah, absolutely. Love the Alex Kidd and Wonder Boy 3 remake. I haven't seen those. They should remake Cosmo's Cosmic Adventure. Or the original. They already did the original Prince of Persia, actually. They did that back on the Xbox 360 when Prince of Persia Sands of Time was relatively relevant. Or yeah, my cat's just sitting there he's asleep. Oh, there we go. Yeah. If the Nancy Drew devs could get their head out of their ass. The cat is moving. It follows the movement subtly. Cat.exe has stopped working. The boy. He baby. He baby? Yeah. You are baby. Anyway. He had deep thoughts. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Forget what I was gonna say. He's a good cat. He good cat, eh? Look, ready? Big yawn. In 2040, new Super Mario Odyssey remake. Now pay me $1,000. I hate how like close to accurate that is. If video games don't cost $1,000 in 2040, I will be shocked. Important question for chat: should Kratos and Ragnarok yell for teen? No, that doesn't make sense. No, it's still gonna be boy, because Kratos is that kind of hyper-masculine man that would refer to any man who's not as masculine as him as boy. And that's it. I can't get through God of War. I've tried. It's boring. I'm sorry to be that person who's like, oh, big AAA game's boring, but God of War is boring. It's not fun. It's a slog. The combat's not fun. The story doesn't justify how slow the game is, how meandering it is. It's just... they should create a console called Nostalgia with a ridiculous price, see how many people pay for it. I mean, they've basically done that. They did like the PlayStation, little micro PlayStations and micro Nintendo, whatever it was. Didn't they do that? And it was just like an emulator, essentially. A little emulator box. Is it expensive to get estrogen hormones? Not for me personally. I'm on Medicare, so I have access to them for like one of my packs of estrogen is like $7. It's not expensive. The right time for the USB Classic. Mini NES and SNES, yeah. Oh, excuse me. It's late and I've had a vaccination, so I'm like extra tired. Valve find it boring. It's way overstuffed with side content. Even just doing the main story. I've been trying to go from story beat to story beat. And I'm just like, ugh, it's not fun. It's not exciting. I have no motivation to go and explore either. Like, it's just, yeah. I turn the difficulty down to like the easiest, and it's still a slog. Every time I get into a combat section, I'm like, okay, I guess I'll fight these guys. You know, I don't look forward to the combat. I don't look forward to fighting people. You know. I've been doing Switch emulators recently, and they're fucking awesome. Hell yeah! Congrats on the 5G. Thank you. I take tablets personally, but yeah, like I wanted to try. I wanted to get into it. I wanted to enjoy it, but it's just, yeah. Yeah, one of your favorite games was Red Faction Guerrilla. However, they remastered it. At least that's a good game, but yeah, I find it kind of... You've got two problems. Either A, you're remaking games like from scratch, from the ground up, which is what they're doing with Dead Space, by the way. It's not just a remaster. They're remaking the game, which is, again, feels really useless to me. Why bother? The game is fine. The game functions perfectly fine as it is. And then B... So, like, you've got the remakes, which, with the case of Spyro and Crash and Tony Hawk, I get they worked well. They were well-made, polished remakes. But then you've got the remasters where they will re-release a game that was on, like, the last gen or the gen before, and they'll just scale up the resolution and maybe add a few graphical options. Like, they remastered Life is Strange. I'm like, but why? And it's the same problem as, like, it doesn't look any different, doesn't look fresher or newer or anything like that. It's like, just, yeah, they remastered Life is Strange, and I looked at that and I'm like, I'm sorry, they what? Why? I beg pardon, why? Who asked for this? No one asked for this. Milking the cow. It's literally milking the cow, and because it's been proven to be a successful business model, a ton of people are jumping on board with it now, and it's just, ugh. They remastered the Darksiders 2 first two games. Yeah, it's lame. It's boring. Meh. I don't know what that was. It was just a bunch of gibberish on my screen, so I just deleted it. Anyway, and they'll add exclusive cosmetics. What would you... Unironically, like, I'm looking at the Skyrim Anniversary Edition and I'm just like, I fucking called it. I knew it was going to happen. They're adding fishing. Is that the kind of remaster where you can see all the little wrinkles and bags under the eyes? Yeah. Here's the thing. If they were releasing, like, physical remasters with new additional physical little goodies you could get, I'd probably be a little bit more okay with it. If they were releasing, like, a remaster steelbook and they had fun little trinkets to deal with it, I'd be like, okay, alright. But as it stands, they're just literally remastering a digital thing and maybe upping the texture quality a tiny bit that's barely noticeable. Yes. Need a new game from Elder Scrolls? We do. But Bethesda is currently working on Starfield as their next game. And they're running Fallout 76 right now. And then I think we're going to be seeing Elder Scrolls 6 sometime. I think they said 2025. I don't recall. Anyway. A lot of people nowadays also find mediocre games for full price absolutely amazing for some reason, and I'm not sure why, so I'm not surprised anymore when money's spent. Yeah. Every game needs fishing. Thoughts on Sky News? Trash. Dog shit trash. Like, everything I've seen from Sky News is reactionary garbage and not actual news. Every single thing I've seen from Sky News is opinion-laden garbage. Absolutely not genuine, integrity-laden news reporting. It's opinionated trash. And I am opinionated trash. Like, it's... But I'm opinionated underpaid trash, is the thing. Sky News as a mainstream media platform needs to go in the fucking bin. I'm resplendent trash. I'm hot trash. Hot, resplendent trash. In the new Skyrim, they're putting all the old mods you buy off the store as part of the main game. That shouldn't be rewarded, though. I don't think. If people are going to be like, oh, they're putting all those old mods in, no, don't reward that. Just don't reward that. Don't say that's a good thing, because that'll give them the incentive to do the bare minimum in future. What's that phrase that Zara, you and I were talking about this? The strategic incompetence thing. That's basically strategic incompetence. They're putting in the bare minimum to get rewarded for it, so that later down the track, when they put in the bare minimum yet again, they'll be rewarded for it. Or when they make it slightly better than the previous iteration, people will be, gobbling up Bethesda's cocks over it. I want to be able to play Skyrim on every object that's in my house, including my fucking towels. It's like you can't be a conservative news outlet and keep your integrity. Shocking that! I wonder why that happens. By the way, on tonight's stream, we've gained so many followers. We went from needing 99 followers to get to 5,000 to needing 79 followers to get to 5,000. Fuck yeah, dude. Skyrim on your what? Skyrim on your microwave? Skyrim on your spoon? Skyrim on your plants? Can we get Skyrim on my Fitbit, thank you? I want Skyrim on my Fitbit. Let's fucking go. Let's do it. Another 10 to go. Where are we going? Every time I catch a fish, I can pull a fish out of my fridge that's real Skyrim. Yeah, at this point, I'm looking forward to new games. I used to be keen on the idea of Elder Scrolls 6, but now I'm just like, I don't care at this point. Excuse me. I don't identify as a woman. I am a woman. There's a difference. And nobody just identifies as a gender. It's a weird statement. I'm just a woman. Cheese cupboard. Can you play Skyrim on your cheese cupboard? Skyrim on your pregnancy test. Didn't somebody do Doom on one of those digital pregnancy tests? I'm pretty sure somebody did. Somebody put Doom on one of those digital pregnancy tests. Because, was it... Not Todd Howard, that's not who I'm thinking of. What's the guy, what's the id guy's name? The id Software guy, you know who I'm talking about. The guy who can put Doom on anything. Who is now working on rockets. I think he's now working on rockets. He's not doing game dev anymore. What is his name? I can never remember his name. John Carmack, yeah. I'm pretty sure he issued a challenge on Twitter or something. Somebody was like, hello Danny, how you going? What on earth does the sword look like in that sheath? I'll get it out in a second. I'll show you. I'm pretty sure somebody like made the joke, can you get Doom to run on this pregnancy test? And I think John Carmack might have responded and said, I want to see someone do it, and someone did it. You'd have to go find it, but let's get the sword out. Let me show you my sword. There you go. That is my sword. You like it? The end of it's really sharp, and my cat really likes it for some reason. It's cool, hey? It's Ciri's sword from The Witcher 3. So toss a coin to your Twitcher, because she don't have plenty. I am the transgender sword lesbian of Twitch. I'm trying to get that to stand up. Stay. It's good. It's a good sword. Sub off Twitch. There's actually exclamation mark sub off Twitch too, which will tell you all the ways that you can support. Oh, there's something in there. What have I got here? Oh yeah, I've got my COVID vaccine information sheet here in my pocket. I forgot about that. It's not an actual sword. It's a replica. You wouldn't. I mean, the end of it is pointy enough that if you jabbed somebody with it, it would hurt them. But it's not gonna be. It's not gonna. You're not gonna cut someone in half with that thing. I would like a real sword though. Anyway, Carmack currently does VR. Oh, okay, there we go. The Ciri moments in Witcher 3 were some of your favorite fighting moments. I will agree. I did like Ciri's moments in particular because they were a huge shake-up from the Geralt combat. Geralt's combat wasn't bad, but I would really like to play a Ciri game, honestly. Upset that people identify as attack helicopters because none of them are actually Transformers, and that disappoints me because I want Transformers to be real. And I'm pretty sure that's Transformer cultural appropriation. I am wearing ass-kicking boots. Oh, however, I'm wearing my usual black leather stompies, or black faux leather stompies. I need to show you the shoes my sister got me. If you don't follow me on Twitter, you should, but can we talk about the kicks? Can we talk about these bad bitches? Alright. Now hang on. Okay, cool, white shoes with a skull design on them, fine. Let me do something. Let me take the light filter out of that one. They are trans pride colors. Check these out. These are from Rad Shoes, RAAD. These are so fucking gnarly. I love them. I don't know where to wear them though. I'm scared of where to wear them because I don't want to dirty them. I'm becoming one of those people. But they're so cute. I love them. And they fit me. Holy shit, they're girls' shoes and they fit me. I can take this? I'll take this. Okay. Let's have a look. I know what you said. I'll have a go through it. Let's have a go through this. Maybe laminate them and renew it every other day. Heard that AGP trans are lesbians called autogynephiles, and there are HSTS, homosexual transsexuals, that only ever liked men and are usually passable. Here's the thing. AGP, autogynephilia, is a theory written by a cishet fetishist who never in any capacity interacted with a trans woman in his life. Do not take the opinion of that dipshit. He's not a scientist. Okay, and he doesn't understand transness in any capacity. He made a bunch of wild observations and collaborated pseudoscientific garbage. Yes, exactly, right, Rajin. It's nonsense. Pay no attention to Blanchard and his bullshit. He is an imbecile. Yeah, in short, you heard fucking wrong. Exactly. Smudge, shut up. Far too nerdy. AGP to me is the old socket for graphics cards. Oh my god, it is. It fucking is. Holy shit, yeah. I forgot about that. PCIe, yeah. Smudge coming to protect. What is he doing? No, that's just Smudge. There might be another cat outside, though. He has, I don't know if he's found a friend, but there's definitely a cat that gets around the house occasionally. And you'll hear this meowing from outside the house, and it's like, that gets Smudge's attention. And he'll immediately go to any window or door he can find to try to contact this other cat. Like, sometimes I'll hear this meowing, and I'm like, Smudge is asleep on the lounge. What am I hearing? Jordan Peterson believes it shows what caliber of psychologist he is. Exactly. It's nonsense. That does not consider any trans person in the discussion in any way, shape, or form. It's complete nonsense. I'm honestly tempted to read whatever the study is that he published, but I know the cliff notes about AGP, and I know it's bullshit. You could watch ContraPoints' video on it, autogynephilia. Pseudoscience, every cis person is actually just 3 raccoons in a trench coat pretending to be human. Yeah, like, what was it? Why are trans women trans? We asked a cis man. Exactly. And the thing that, like, AGP and other ignorant bullshit says about trans women is it infers that trans women, like was mentioned, are homosexual men dressing up like women to get the attention of straight men. And there's a significant number of trans women who are lesbians, who are attracted to women. So that makes no sense. And that completely puts it honestly takes away the agency of transgender people, like their own sexuality, as though people who are trans must be homosexual. When, like, I, for example, was presenting as a cishet man before I transitioned, and as a result, now I'm a trans lesbian. You know, I think I dismantled the idea of AGP and HST. Those are nonsense terms. It's pseudoscience. It's not a real thing. It's not personal feeling. I mean, this is the thing. If you are going to dismiss the lived experience of trans people to believe a cisgender man who doesn't understand transness at all, you can't dismiss transness based on pseudoscience. Okay? Oh, look, it's another attack helicopter joke. I'm going to delete your message because you're a dickhead. How do those terms work with non-binary people? Yeah, exactly. Promise you, most trans people you meet, you would probably not even coat themselves in these extremely specific orientations or identities, like most would say, I'm a man or a woman or non-binary or gender fluid, etc. Yeah, take 2. Anyway, yeah, how do those terms work with non-binary people? The problem with the whole AGP thing is that it infers a specific sexual fetishism to being trans. That's what it goes for. So there's no real inherent basis for it, given that trans people are just people who are allowed to have their own sexualities. But someone like autogynephilia implies quite specifically in this circumstance, it refers to trans women and implies that they are actually men with a sexual fetish, that them dressing up in women's clothes and makeup and pretending to be a woman is a thing they get off to, right? But this is not a sexual thing for me. I'm just a woman, you know? So, yeah, quite frankly, it's nonsense. Boob jobs are not $3,000, no way. I'm in Australia, are you kidding me? Why are you in tears? Are you in tears because I deleted your message asking if I'm an Apache helicopter? Which, by the way, Apache, cultural appropriation of Native American tribes. But anyway. In all honesty, I'm straight, but at the end of the day, everyone should feel free to be themselves. Never understood why people can't just let people be happy. Because people, in particular, want to be in control of a very strict status quo. And yeah, it also completely ignores trans men. What about trans ace people? Yeah, that's never brought into the discussion either, is it? Really, I'm an FTM trans guy, and yeah, that makes me doubt you are. Yeah, I mean, if you need to... This is the thing. If you're going to bring in Blanchard and then immediately need to assert your own transness, you should expect everyone else in the discussion to question that in an online forum like this. Quite frankly, you shouldn't be shocked. I am not pro doubting people's transness. But the reality of the situation is you've come in here suggesting things like Blanchard's theories of AGP and all that, and only then did you decide to tell us you are FTM. Forgive us for being skeptical. And it honestly doesn't matter if you're trans yourself. It's actually irrelevant. Yeah, exactly. Pixar didn't happen. Sure, you make a lot of people cry too. Not at me, just at the situation. What situation? According to the theory, don't exist, and those who claim they are ace are lying, which is not shocking. A question was not an attack, but you kept going on about it. We don't believe it's a quack theory. It wouldn't pass public. I think it's been, was it recanted? What's the phrase? Rebuked. What's it called? There is a phrase. I don't think it's recanted. Something. With regards to scientific journals, like it was published, retracted. I'm pretty sure the study or whatever it was retracted or refuted, but that's just refuted. Just means people have come out and spoken against it and said, well, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. But quite frankly, the theory of AGP infers that trans women are a sexual fetish, when you could just ask any trans woman who is sure of her identity, i.e. me, and you prove it wrong. So yes, these scientific, i.e. pseudo-scientific theories are easily debunked by, quite frankly, just anecdotal evidence. Because that's what it's based on. The idea is that it was retracted, there we go. Which should tell you all you need to know. HSTS is a new thing to me, but I know it means homosexual, transsexual. Am I right? Have I got that right? Retracted means the wanker who published it went, oh shit, I done fucked up. Like the Wakefield theories. Like the Wakefield autism vaccine connection. The reason we have such a visceral response to the AGP hypotheses, or the AGP pseudoscientific nonsense, is that it paints all trans women as a certain thing. And that's why we are so quick to dismiss it. You know. HTTS, strict transport security, actually. Not just inferring fetishization, but also predatory, because it implies trans people transition to trick others into being with them. Yeah. It's just more anti-queer propaganda. It's not necessary. Seeing lesbian trans women that pass as female. This is the thing, is like, when you get into the passing discussion, and we have had the passing discussion before, don't get me wrong, there are definitely trans women that pass, but that's just another facet of this discussion that attempts to take away the womanhood of trans women in particular. But also, you know, again, like trans men are often left out of this discussion. But when it comes to the passing thing, it's often used to strip away a trans woman's womanhood. By saying she doesn't pass, by saying she doesn't look like a real woman, you know. The dude also coined fraternal birth order effect, which is just a fancy description for a homosexuality birth defect. Can you be shocked? HSTS, here's some trans pseudoscience. Well, I mean, I've spoken about this on numerous occasions. Like, yeah, trans men are often actually left out of the discussion about transness, which is probably a good thing in terms of the fact that they don't face a lot of the same intense bigotry that trans women face. It's kind of a double whammy of both transphobia and misogyny, that trans women are often so intensely targeted when it comes to the trans discussion, the trans issue. Fucking hell. And yeah, I don't think that's a good thing. You know, it seems as though like trans men are generally not targeted anywhere near as much. Just don't get why people have to have these unnecessary discussions, especially the current one about being biologically female or male. Exactly. Phenomenon. You've nailed it on the head. The AGP thing is an unnecessary discussion. No one needs to have it. This has no benefit to anyone. To try to reduce trans women to a sexual fetish, or to try to reduce trans women to strictly being this or strictly being that. It doesn't need to happen. This conversation does not need to happen, is the problem that I would say the vast majority of trans women, trans people in general probably, would look at the Blanchard thing, would look at the... Blanchard has me blocked on Twitter, by the way, poggers. He's one of those people who lives in an echo chamber, right? He only wants to hear people who share his viewpoint on this thing. And the rest of us are looking at his hypothesis, which does nothing but spread transphobia. Hypothesis isn't even the right word for it. You know, it's a non-issue. Nobody needs to have this discussion. Nobody wants to have this discussion. He also believes anime turns people trans. What the fuck, dude? Jesus fucking Christ. It's a deflection. If the questioning never stops, then progress will slow. Well, yeah. Blanchard doesn't actually believe trans men exist and only mentions them passingly, and has made trans men alternates to his AGP/HSTS just to stop people bringing up what about trans men. Oh, okay. This is why Japan is 99% trans. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Need I bring up his views on Satanism and witchcraft? Oh, please do. I'm curious now. The main thing, the main issue I have is I don't even care about going into the finer details of Blanchard and his bullshit. I really don't give a shit, right? I really don't care to discuss it. I really don't care to read his theories and hypotheses. I really don't care to read any more of his opinions. I've read enough of them on Twitter, right? The reality of the situation is that it's not a discussion that needs to be had, because all it does is target an already marginalized minority and tries to strip away their own ability to identify themselves. That's all it is. I'm thinking, because we're at the tail end of stream now, I'm going to look at somebody to raid. La-di-da-di-da. Who do we want to raid?
The Rogue Room appreciates
Danny,
your recommendation.
Well, we're about to end the stream in a minute, but you know. Let me see. Also overhauled all the pedophilia stuff in the DSM, coining hebephilia and trying to remove people who only masturbate to CP from the pedophile
the
diagnosis.
Rogue Room appreciates your
Hey,
recommendation.
RoboMax, thank you for the host. You can suggest a raid if you want. There's a bunch of people streaming at the moment that I'd be like, yeah, but I don't know who to pick. Suggest a raid if you want to. I'm a fucking girl, just like half the population is expected to be. Identifying as a girl isn't very abnormal, actually. Exactly. But I shall be back tomorrow, by the way, folks. If you're not already following me on the socials, please go and check me out on Twitter, join my Discord, sub to my YouTube, follow my Instagram. I got to post more on my Facebook and TikTok. I don't know what I'm doing with those. So he's a pedophile, probably. Would you be shocked? Would you be surprised? Anyway, we're going to raid somebody, but I don't know who. They never had... The Japanese government is really right-wing. They never had a denazification, so they still have some very weird ideas, which wouldn't be shocking. Hey, Laura Blake. Let's have a look. What are they getting up to at the moment? Hopefully we don't get stuck with another ad. Because I just watched an ad, but Twitch is one of those things where they'll just, you know, play an ad for you for the hell of it. Here we go. Yeah. We can go to Laura. Why not? Let's go say hi. Well, thank you all, folks, again. If you've enjoyed tonight's stream, I appreciate you all being here. And I appreciated all the good chats that we've had. You've all been lovely. You've all been wonderful. I'm glad you've been able to put up with me barely keeping it together through the pain and the fatigue. I'll be live tomorrow at 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, so basically in 20 hours. And let me think. I'll also be live on Friday. We're going to continue Outer Wilds, and then after we finish Outer Wilds, whenever that happens, we're going to start on our Sekiro Platinum Trophy run, which will be interesting because they've added some new things to Sekiro, including a few skins. So I'm keen on that. I'm keen to see what that's going to be like. But yeah, we're going to go raid Hey Laura Blake at the moment, who is doing some marbles on stream, it seems like, but they're in the just chatting category. But, you know, marbles. Many times a day Twitch crashes, then shows me an ad. When I click on them again, oh, I fucking hate the ads on this platform. But I'm still going to advocate that you You sub off Twitch if you want to. Anyway, thank you so kindly for hanging out tonight, folks. Be kind to yourselves and each other. And I'll see you when I'm looking at you.
Knackers win a gift subscription, or will Asto